The ITT pregame show. The last time the Portage Mustangs came to Town Ward, there was a lot on the line, and that game, you have to wonder how Homer Center's season would have concluded back in 2017 if not for a Week 10 overtime victory, 20-14 over the Portage Mustangs. Both teams had entered play 8-1. They're 3-2 for the record tonight, so identical records again for week number 6. But Homer Center won that game, clinched home field advantage in the playoffs, and went on to defeat Ferndale after Ferndale ended Portage's season the following week over at Ferndale. The Mustangs never recovered from that loss that saw Ben Schmidt hit Dakota Sunday on a pass play in overtime to provide the winning points in a 20-14 victory. We all know what happened from that point on. Homer Center went on to end Bishop Guilfoyle's 59-game winning streak in the District 6 championship game and became the first, and they're still the only, Indiana County-based football team to advance to a PIAA state championship, although they did lose to Jeanette. That was one whale of a football game. If we can duplicate that tonight, we should be in for a good one.
They need to do that too, Mark. Both of these teams want to turn their season tonight, and that's going to make for a good ball game. You know, the Wildcats are 3-2. They didn't expect to be 3-2, and they just got to turn the ship around and get on some type of a winning path. And I think tonight is the night they're going to have to do that.
Portage is coached by Marty Slonick in his third season with a 15-9 regular season record. First meeting against Homer Center. Homer Center coached by Greg Page in his 16th season, 108-64 mark. Homer Center's all-time winningest coach. He's 2-3 against the Portage Mustangs, one of only, maybe the only team that he has a losing record against. Ligonier Valley probably another one, but these two teams don't have a lot of history. It's the 11th all-time meeting. 4 of the first 10 meetings have come in the playoffs. First ever meeting was back in 1989, a 7-6 Mustang victory. Longest winning streak for Homer Center is 4 over Portage. That came in the early 1990s. Mustangs won 3, 2012, 13, and 14 against Coach Page. So those are his 3 losses right there. Speaking of 4s, Homer Center, first time ever, a 4-game winning streak over the Northern Cambria Colts. It was a real dog fight last week, 13-7 at Duffy Doherty Stadium, but the Wildcats did prevail, thanks, I think, in part to 3 reasons. They did get off to a good start. The offensive inconsistencies did rear their ugly head in the second half. Reason number 2 was outstanding defense, particularly in key parts of the game. And reason number 3, the Northern Cambria Colts left that football game with a lot of holes in their feet.
Yes, they
with
did.
With penalties, 16 of them officially.
Amazing. You know, you can't expect to win when you have that many, and they were at critical times. It was just pretty much telling Homer, you know, this is the way it's going to go tonight. You're gonna come out with a victory, and there'll be a lot to do with the fact that Northern Cambria are making so many mistakes.
The Mustangs, they're 3-2 like Homer Center. They were stunned at home by an improving United Valley team. 24-14, United's first win of the season. And after a key red zone stop defensively, the Lions then went on a 12-play, 7-minute drive that culminated with a 22-yard field goal from Evan McAnulty to make it a 10-point difference with just 3:15 to play. United Valley actually outgained the Mustangs 249-215. Good going for Kevin Marabito. I'm sure many of the Portage players, coaches, and their faithful were a little bit stunned with that one.
I think the whole conference was stunned. It was a big upset, probably the biggest of the year. And, you know, the United, though, each week you could see they were getting a little better and a little better. And, you know, they have a lot of players out there. And I think they finally got them to mix properly, and now they're going to be a formidable opponent here from here on out. Coming to you from Memorial Field on a homecoming night, hoping the rains stay away. Ward, it's that time of year before we go to break on our ITT pregame show, and we will have both coaches right around the corner, so stay tuned for that. And I want to get out there, if those fans, for you fans listening on radio, if you want to watch today's game, you could do so simply by going to WCCSradio.com
and look for the link to the video stream on Renda Digital TV, or if you're on YouTube, just simply search for Renda Digital TV and you can become a subscriber. There is no charge to watch tonight's game. Time of year, we look at the playoff standings. Last week's victory over Northern Cambria was so important for Homer Center. Number one, just to kind of regain a little bit of confidence, but also move them into fourth place. There's only 8 teams in District 6 Class A, which is the way it should be. 12 was ridiculous, but they are in fourth. Right behind them, the Portage Mustangs, they're in sixth. You have Cambria Heights next week. Homer Center could be in position if they can go on a little run here, finish second. They're not going to finish first. Penns Manor, I think, is going to go on and lock up first place just the way their schedule looks the rest of the way. They do have Northern Cambria tonight. And if Penns Manor beats Northern Cambria, the Wildcats will jump them tonight with the victory. And you look down the road, you start owning tiebreakers, and that is so important.
First things first, though. This game here is the one they got to win, and they got to focus everything on that. One thing I know, Mark, you're probably going to talk about it too, but Gene Raymond is here tonight, and what a great thing to see him on the field. We went down and shook his hand, and he just feels, just from the looks of it just feels right to see him on the sideline.
That's a very good point to have Gene back. He was a Wildcat standout. He's on Jack Benedict's all-time IUP great team. He's been a coach here forever. Unfortunately, was hit with illness late in the summer. This is his first time back at Memorial Field. I know he's been to a couple of practices this week, and Don Mester said to me, also another assistant coach and good friend, Don Mester said, I think Gene's feeling better. He was really chewing out those linemen last night.
Well, they're going to need that, and they're going to need to be the dominant team we thought they would be coming in. So, it's going to be an interesting game, Mark. Great night. I think the rain's going to hold off, so let's keep our fingers crossed.
From our S&T Bank broadcast booth, relationship banking, one customer at a time, S&T Bank. We're going to come back with more on our ITT pregame show. On the other side of the break, you'll hear from Marty Solonic, the new coach of the Portage Mustangs in his third season. Gary Giles, what a career.
Yeah.
A lot of wins, although Portage has never won a District 6 championship. Homer Center, of course, they have won 4. They'd like to get back for another opportunity, but that, as you said, is a long time down the road. But coming up, you'll hear from Marty Solonic. But first, our own Jake Slobotnik will take you around the Heritage Conference, and then we'll go to break and come back with Coach Solonic of Portage. Let's go for a trip around the Heritage Conference with Jake Slobotnik right here on the Renda Media Football Network.
I'm Jake Slobodnik with this week's trip around the Heritage Conference driven by Luther Ford Lincoln in Homer City. With Heritage Conference playoff implications looming in the coming weeks, 2 teams battling for a spot in the postseason will clash at Memorial Field tonight as the Homer Center Wildcats welcome the Portage Mustangs. Mark Burdick has the call at 6:15 on WCCS and video streaming on Renda Digital TV, presented by the Grayson Coral Sportsman's Club. Our U92 Game of the Week is another top battle as the Penns Manor Comets return to Pat Corrigan Field as they put their undefeated streak on the line against the Northern Cambria Colts. Todd Marino has the call on 92.5 FM, U92, and U92Radio.com at 6:30. In Laurel Valley, the West Shamokin Wolves return home to welcome the River Valley Panthers, both teams coming off heartbreaking losses. Chuck Clark and I have the call on Cat Country 106.3 at 6:30. Our final 2 matchups feature 2 teams coming off their first wins of the season. In one matchup, the Marion Center Stingers go for their second straight win as they take on the Purchase Line Red Dragons. Then, in Armagh, the United Valley Lions host the Cambria Heights Highlanders. Both games kick off at 7 o'clock. That's this week's trip around the Heritage Conference driven by Mark Arbuckle Nissan in Indiana. Remember to check out our Renda Media websites and Facebook pages throughout the night for scores and recaps. And make sure to follow each page to stay in the loop of everything in the Heritage Conference. I'm Jake Slobodnik, and I'll see you next time.
The Twin Cities Event Hall is the perfect place to host your next special occasion. The event hall, located on the grounds of the Greyston Coral Sportsman's Club, features an air-conditioned banquet room that comfortably seats 200, a beverage bar, a stage and refurbished hardwood dance floor, and a brand new kitchen that is caterer-friendly. The Twin Cities Event Hall is perfect for weddings, anniversary parties, or any occasion. The Twin Cities Event Hall is now accepting bookings, located off Route 119 in Greyston on Neal Road. Find them on Facebook or call 724-541-3683.
At IRMC, we have all of the necessary pieces in place to perform complex operations, including highly skilled and specially trained surgeons, their support team of experts, and advanced technology like the Da Vinci robotic surgical system. As a result, patients spend less time in the hospital, recover faster, and get treated close to home. So there's no reason to puzzle over where you should get your surgical care. The answer is right here at IRMC.
I'm Shannon Lipniskis. Hutton Blues Insurance of Indiana is proud to support high school football.
I'm Jay Blues. You can't beat football season, and when it comes to your insurance needs, you won't beat the service we provide at Hutton Blues Insurance.
Our family business has served Indiana and the surrounding counties for more than 3 decades.
Once you do business with Hutton Blues Insurance, we'll make you a customer for life.
So best of luck, area teams, from your friends at Hutton Blues Insurance in Indiana.
Business happens here, and here, and here. At First Commonwealth, we believe that to be the best bank for the businesses that create strong communities, we need to understand the way they work, see their companies firsthand, meet them face to face, and build a relationship so we can help them build their business.
Welcome back to Memorial Field on a homecoming night as our ITT pregame show continues. And joining me, head coach Marty Slonick of the Portage Mustangs. And, Coach, you come to Homer City tonight coming off of a tough loss to United Valley, an improving Lions team. And talk about the practice week and how your kids responded.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely got their attention. We told them coming in that was as good as 0-14 that we've ever seen. They had some tough losses and some close things, and they're a very well-coached team with Kevin Marabito, and, they got the best of us. They made plays, we made mistakes, and, what it comes down to, they made more plays than we do when it mattered.
So you're 3-2 at the midway point of the season, obviously very much alive in the District 6 playoff standings, and you're going to be a playoff team. Assess your team's performance through the halfway point of the season, what you're happy with and things that you need to improve on as we head into the second half.
As a coach, you're never happy. You tend to lean on some of the negative stuff. But as a positive, I appreciate our senior leadership. I mean, that group's, they're staying together. We got some younger kids that need to become more resilient and start to understand what it's like to be a varsity football player. And these kids, may not be always the most vocal, but, they're setting good examples just by, their play and their action on the field and on the practice field and just showing up every day and holding themselves and each other accountable.
As I look at your starting lineup, it's kind of a mixed bag. You have some seniors across the lines, and, of course, your quarterback, Andrew Miko, and swing player Mason Cargo are both seniors. But the other skill folks are underclassmen and probably learning their way. Am I right?
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, like everybody, we've had some unfortunate injuries, and some other kids are still learning, coming together, and hopefully they're going to just continue to improve. And we don't want to be the best right now, although we'd like to be. We want to be the best toward the end of the season when things really start to matter, and we just got to keep working to improve. And the young kids, they're coming along, and they should be better this weekend than we were last week.
Scouting report on Homer Center, they are also 3-2. They're kind of disappointed where they are at, but they do come off of a nice victory where the defense led the way out at Northern Cambria. What do you see from the team wearing black and white?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've played Homer. It's been a few years, but, Homer Center, Coach Page, listen, they're not happy. If they're not first, they're considering themselves last. They're always striving to be that top team in the conference, week in and week out. And the coaching job he's done to lose a heartbreaking 56-50 game and then come back and knock off undefeated Northern Cambria, that's the mentality and the coaching and attitude from Homer Center players that, we've seen in the past and we'll continue to see.
What are the keys for you against the Wildcats, Coach?
We got to stay disciplined. We got to, defensively especially, we can't try to do somebody else's job. Every guy's got to take care of their own position, take care of their own business, and that'll bring us together as 11 solid unit on the backside. Offensively, we just have to be more consistent. We have to limit our mistakes and understand what our jobs and what our rules are and, win the turnover battle, and we'll be all right.
Football, like any sport, I guess, is a funny thing from one week to another. You referenced Homer Center allowing 56 points to West Shamokin, and then last week their defense shuts out Northern Cambria. Where did you see the difference from week to week from Homer Center?
Well, I just think it's a focus. I mean, just like we're trying to do in any kind of good coaching staff, and we try to consider ourselves, the coaching staff, that you get the kids' attention and make them focus on their job. And Coach Page and his staff definitely did that. And they went into that game with a focus, and they were ready to go. And they did. They shut them out, minus giving up a defensive touchdown.
Finally,
Very
I'm going to
impressive.
end with something non-football related. Your principal, who has been out there a long time, Ralph Cesare, who I've known for a number of years, great guy, going to be coming to Homer Center as their new superintendent. And I know the Portage School District family, obviously not happy to lose Mr. Cesare. He's well respected, isn't he?
Yeah, he really is. And, I've known Mr. Cesare a long time, and I'm really happy for him. It's, he's moving up. It was a goal of his to become a superintendent. And we just hired a new superintendent in Portage, and I knew there were some opportunities out there. Some schools were actively searching for him, and we wish him a lot of luck. I wish him the best. But he knows this week for sure. He's still a Mustang this week.
Well stated, Marty. Marty Slonick, head coach of the Portage Mustangs. We're going to come back with more. As a matter of fact, Ralph Cesare will be my halftime guest on Renda Digital TV and here on WCCS. But up next on the ITT pregame show, it's head coach Greg Page, brought to you by Walbeck Insurance. We'll have that and more when we roll on from Memorial Field right here on the Renda Media Football Network.
Are you thinking of getting vaccinated? Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about the COVID-19 vaccine. The Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania would like to remind you that COVID-19 vaccines are available for children as young as 6 months. Talk to your doctor, your child's pediatrician, or your pharmacist if you have questions. You can also learn more by visiting vaccines.gov. That's vaccines.gov. Message made possible by the Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania.
The Indiana County Technology Center is now accepting enrollment in our adult education programs. The ICTC's adult education programs offer in-demand post-secondary programs tailored to empower student success. From cosmetology to welding and practical nursing, the ICTC has a program for everyone. Indiana County Technology Center, empowering tomorrow's workforce.
Hi, my name is London, and this is the bus that I take to school every day. We have a really fun bus driver, and guess what? Smith Bus Company is hiring new bus drivers.
That's right, London. Smith Bus Company is hiring positions for full and part-time drivers and driver's assistants. They provide transportation for 5 area school districts, and they're proud of the work they do. Apply now at smithbusco.com, an equal opportunity employer.
I liked the one with the stained glass ship in the front door. You liked the one with the 2-car garage. But then we found it, the one. It had a porch swing, a yard for our dog, a room for your office. Sure, it was 95 years old, but when we met with Amy at S&T Bank, she mentioned they had been around for over 115 years, and that made me feel better. Because even if we won't be here in 115 years, maybe our grandkids will be.
Welcome back to Memorial Field as our ITT pregame show rolls on. Time for a visit with head coach Greg Page, brought to you as always by Walbeck Insurance in Homer City. Thank you, Rob Walbeck. You can visit Walbeck Insurance online at walbeckinsurance.com. Coach, you come off of a victory, broke the 2-game mini losing streak, if you will, and what did last Friday's gutsy victory out at Northern Cambria mean for this football team, and probably a little more hop this week?
Yeah, it was a good battle. Northern Cambria has a fine team, but we needed to worry about us last week. That was the biggest thing, and we did that. Not unlike previous weeks, we had a good week of practice last week, and it showed. I mean, we come out and played better. We played a lot better defensively. Overall, it's good to get the win. I mean, football, the way it goes, one time a week, your record really it's a big deal because you don't get that chance until another week arises. So here we are again.
Not too often you're a -4 in the turnover department and you walk away with a victory.
Yeah, well, the other part of that usually decides games was penalties. And, we had a couple, but we were pretty clean. They had quite a few. We forced them into some, which was good. So, yeah, you don't like to – and a lot of that game, with the interceptions and – the fumble recoveries was played in our end, and that's a credit to our defense for doing a nice job.
They certainly did an outstanding job. Offensively, you made some strides, particularly in the first quarter, but then sputtered in the second half. So the inconsistency offensively has to really be bugging you, I would think.
It does, yeah. But you know what? I mean, we hit a couple big plays that spurred both of our scores. They have an aggressive defense. They're in a 3-5, and we knew that was going to be tough because they were going to have athletes, and even their down people. I mean, other than a nose guard who was a big kid, their D tackles were athletic kids, and then you have 5 linebackers. We're trying to just scheme them a certain way to create some openings. It wasn't easy.
You know, we talked before the season, during the season, about getting the ball into the hands of one of your key playmakers, and that, of course, is Michael Krajosik. He has come to life the past couple of weeks, but I'm going to wonder out loud and have you address it because I know he has a little bit of history in this department. Have you considered at all, you and your offensive coaches, of maybe getting him a few plays in the backfield to get him creative ways of some more touches?
That has been considered. I'll try to give a good answer here. I just think, you remember a guy like Garrett Cisak from about 15 years ago, and Garrett was a tremendous quarterback, and I had the bright idea early his junior year, hey, let's put him at tailback and pitch him the ball. It just wasn't the same. I don't know why. I just think him at quarterback, it was just one of those things where it worked out that way, and at tailback, that experiment didn't go over real well, and I don't think he liked it too well either. So between him and the other coaches, it was probably about a half a game experiment. I said, okay, he'll make plays, and then we eventually moved him into the gun more. With Michael, I think it's a thing where, again, it sounds easy to say let's put him at tailback and pitch him the ball. I really think when he's got less to worry about when he's in space, such as catching a pass or even coming on a sweep where you're sweeping him to one side of the field, I think he's more effective that way. So I have thought about it. We do put him in the backfield a couple times for some different looks, but really I hadn't considered him as a sidecar, no.
Okay. Portage Mustangs tonight, in the 60 seconds we have left, their wing tee offense through the years has been pretty effective for them.
I'm sorry I went too long in the last answer. It's been very effective, yeah. They do what they do, both sides of the ball. They just stick to their guns. The system starts early, and they just really hammer it away, and they're good at it. I mean, the fullback up the middle, he's a load. He's somebody we have to focus on, but we can't forget about the quarterback and the slot backs. And defensively, I'm impressed. They rarely come out of their 4-3 look. They'll adjust to some things, but they believe in it. They play downhill. We have to be the aggressive team on both sides.
And their quarterback, Andrew Miko, and kind of a swing-type player, wingback, receiver, Mason Cargo. I think their success on the basketball hardwood, I think they seem to be the type of players that are leaders.
I would think that just by looking. I don't know them personally. I know Travis Cargo, Mason's dad. I know they've had success in basketball. I would agree with that statement.
Coach, good news on the injury front. I know he probably won't play tonight, but you'll have him back soon. Your backup quarterback, Angelo Alexander, got cleared.
That is good news. He's worked hard, and he's an asset.
Coach, thanks for doing this.
Thank you guys very much.
Talk to you on the postgame show. Head coach Greg Page is always brought to you by Walbeck Insurance. And our ITT pregame show rolls on from Memorial Field when Ward Hilliard rejoins me on the other side of the break here on WCCS AM 1160 and 101.1 FM and on Renda Digital TV, presented by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club. Back after these words.
You won this year's chili cook-off. Our girls played in the softball finals last spring. You're not just another policyholder to us. We remember your name. Hi, Cheryl.
He remembered my name.
Because it's your name. That's simple human sense. Jeff, Mary, Dan, Sarah.
The Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club is making a splash, continuing to grow its membership. The Sportsman's Club features a fishing pond that is well stocked. Inside the club, members can enjoy a game of pool, or how about shuffleboard? What's your favorite team, including the Wildcats and more? The Grayston Coral Sportsman's also has a shooting range and takes pride hosting kid-friendly events. And be sure to check out the nearby Twin Cities Event Hall for your next special occasion. Proud to sponsor the Wildcats, the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, located off Route 119 on Neal Road in Grayston.
Looking for fun for the entire family? White Township Recreation is now the hub for all of your youth and adult recreation programming. Programming is now open online for registration. White Township Rec offers anything everything from art classes to gymnastics to bowling to boxing, fitness classes, and much, much more. For more information on public skating, including birthday parties and recreation programs, please visit whitetownshiprec.org. That's whitetownshiprec.org. See you at Public Skate, S&T Bank Arena.
Recently voted Best Landscaping Company in Indiana County, Johnston Nursery Landscaping has been serving the area since 2002 in all phases of landscaping. J&L's primary focus is year-round property maintenance, driveway seal coating, excavation, and wholesale and retail Christmas tree sales. Let J&L take away the hassle of fall leaf cleanup and also help with those fall landscaping projects. It's a great time of year to work on those beautiful home projects. Check them out on Facebook, Johnston Nursery Landscaping.
Every year, we go on a search for great snacks or treats. Children enjoy more than just candy on Halloween. The best sources of calcium are milk, yogurt, and cheese. Kids like us love string cheese because it's tasty and fun to pull, twist, and eat. And parents love string cheese because it's rich in calcium, whatever that is. So give us kids the fun and goodness we are looking for. Make it a very dairy Halloween. A message from Allied Milk Producers.
Luther Ford, one trusted name, two great locations. Right now at Luther Ford, order your new Ford and lock in 2.9% APR financing for 60 months, no matter when your new vehicle comes in. That's right, order your new vehicle now, and your interest rate is locked in even if rates go up. Just stop in today and drive away in your new vehicle from Luther Ford. Luther Ford, two great locations, Homer City and Evansburg. Click on lutherford.com.
Welcome back to our ITT pregame show in our S&T Bank broadcast booth. From the gridiron to the classroom, S&T Bank has you covered. Member FDIC. It's time for our Luther Ford Lincoln Keys to the Game for Homer Center. Both teams 3-2 coming into tonight's action. And Ward, what do you have keyed up from Luther Ford tonight?
Well, for the Wildcats, their defense has to continue to improve. They've got to be able to control the running game. Portage, if you can do that and get them out of their comfort zone, you're going to have a good shot at winning. The offensive line has got to step it up. That performance last week was just no good. If they're looking at 8-man fronts, then they've got to adjust to that. And don't make mistakes. You're home. This is a team that can take advantage of that, so you don't want to have a lot of penalties and certainly no turnovers. So those are big keys for the Wildcats.
Keys to the game brought to you by Luther Ford Lincoln. Go with the winner, go with Luther Ford, right up the hill from Memorial Field. Speaking of turnovers, last week Homer Center was a -4. How often do you win a football game, which they did, 13-7, when you are a -4 in the giveaway takeaway department?
Yeah, that was just an amazing game. A lot of odd things went on there, and I'm sure you agree. The Colts are probably very upset with it, but that's the way it goes, and you can't make them. Simple as that.
A lot at stake here tonight, as I mentioned. Both teams 3-2. Huge for Homer Center. They want to finish in that top 4, have a home playoff game. I know it's down the road, but you can't really afford a 3rd and 4th loss and expect a home game. And huge next week, looking ahead when Homer Center goes to Cambria Heights. Just a couple of notes on my chart before we go to break and come back with the starting lineups. Last week, Landon Hill did not score a touchdown. It broke a streak of 9 straight regular season games where he had scored at least one. I know Landon only going to play offensively tonight. Both of these teams have some injuries. Landon not serious enough to keep him out of the lineup, but he has been nicked up. And you can tell he's not the same player.
And he carries so often that that's tough on him to go both ways. He plays so well at that DN position, but you got to pick your poison there. And really, he's more effective offensively. Hopefully, they can give him some room to run tonight.
Both of these teams are looking for their 11th straight winning season. Portage has also earned a winning mark in 22 of the past 23 years. As I mentioned, Marty Slonick taking over for Gary Gauss in 2020. Gauss coached 27 seasons, winning over 200 games against just 69 losses. But despite all of that success, and by the way, Gary has a son or a nephew on the team tonight, but he's out of the lineup, unfortunately, and he will be replaced by Coach Slonick's son at free safety, but they've never won a district championship.
Yeah, I kind of upset them the year by making that comment because they had dominated that Westpac for so long, and it's a great teams, but they just can never get over the hump and into the district final.
So Homer Center, as I mentioned, also looking to make it 11 years straight with a winning record. Their last losing season came in 2011, and they did it right. They were 0-9. It was the only winless season in school history, aside from the early 20s when they were 0-3, 0-4, that type of thing. Here's one word. I finally did my homework on this because you have complained and complained and complained about these long passes downfield. I think you've called it heave and hope, chuck-a-luck, any number of things that you've commented on. So I'll take the blame too.
Yeah,
all right, I'll look right into the camera and take the blame.
Thank you very much.
So the passing game, agree, has come back to life a little bit since Cole came back healthier. Agreed?
I think, and I think it's a matter of him gaining that confidence. And, the only reason I would even comment on the deep passes was that, I feel that a quarterback gets comfortable with those short outs. They're easy to complete, something in the flat, get him comfortable throwing the ball, and then you can go with the deep pass when the defense kind of cheats up. And that's all I was ever calling.
All right, well, I'm with you 100%. Coach Page knows, he hears, and I've talked to him. But here's the math I did. I looked at every pass play in the first 5 weeks of the season because I don't like to sleep at night.
Right, I gather that.
So in the short game, passes 10 yards or under, okay? Cole McAnaldy's completed 13 of 24, 54% completion percentage. Intermediate, between 10 and 20 yards, he's 50% completion. And passes that go over 20 yards, the Wildcat quarterbacks are 2 of 21, 9%, with 3 interceptions.
Yeah, that doesn't play well with your game planning because that's a play that doesn't happen. Doesn't do you any good positively in terms of yardage. So, they're nice to do when they work, but you got to pick your poison. You pick your time when you think they'll work best.
Finally, a couple things. Mason Bell, been a beast on defense past 2 weeks, involved with 30 tackles. He surged to the top of the pack in that department on the team, involved with 51 overall tackles, 17 solo, 34 assists. Here's one thing I think a key moving forward for Homer Center. This number 40 on my chart, Homer Center has allowed just a tick under 40 yards per kickoff return.
Oh, my. Yeah, that has been a sore spot, has it not? And I don't know if they have an answer for it. We'll see tonight. But one other quickie. Mason Bell, homecoming king, and his dad was 1-2. So there you go. Keep it in the family, Bells. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Mason. We're going to try to have the crowning of the homecoming queen both on radio and on Renda Digital TV. Don't forget, if you want to watch tonight's game, log on to WCCSradio.com and look for the video stream link to Renda Digital TV, or just go to YouTube.com and in the search engine type in Renda Digital TV and you'll find the video stream that way. And they're also archived, all of our games, on Renda Digital TV. And we hear so many great comments about our video production. Thank you, John Smathers, our video producer. for making that all happen. And on the radio side, Michael Burdick, our executive producer of Wildcat Sports. Our spotter in the booth tonight will be Dennis Mester. Good to have him back. Thank you, Jim McLaughlin, for your assist last week. And he's back.
Oh, thank
Jerry
goodness.
Rossi, our spotter,
goodness.
is in the house, and Jerry has his own sponsor, First Commonwealth Bank, and he just got out of the limo provided by First Commonwealth Bank. We're coming back with the starting lineups when our ITT pregame show continues on a homecoming night as the Portage Marching Band. Maybe we can get a quick glimpse of them out on the field. The Portage Mustang Marching Band performing their halftime routine during at the beginning of the game in the pregame, of course, because of the homecoming festivities. Coming back with the starting lineups after this, right here on the ITT pregame show on the Renda Media Football.
At IRMC, we have all of the necessary pieces in place to perform complex operations, including highly skilled and specially trained surgeons, their support team of experts, and advanced technology like the Da Vinci robotic surgical system. As a result, patients spend less time in the hospital, recover faster, and get treated close to home. So there's no reason to puzzle over where you should get your surgical care. The answer is right here at IRMC.
This is State Senator Joe Pittman, wishing all of our student athletes and their families every success. Friday Night Lights are always exciting, and I recognize how important it is for students to be involved in activities, whether it be in athletics or the performing arts. I salute not only all of our students, but also all who guide them, on and off the gridiron, and I wish all of our hometown teams the best of luck this season.
Luxembourg's Jewelers, a proud supporter of all the area athletes, would like to wish the best of luck to all the Heritage Conference schools and, of course, the Indiana Little Indians this season. With 2 convenient locations, Luxembourg's Jewelers is the winning choice for gifts of any occasion. Show your school pride with gifts ranging from beautifully logoed coffee mugs, keychains, money clips, water bottles, and more. From the Indiana Mall to downtown Indiana, Hip, Jeff, and the Luxembourg's team wishes everyone an MVP season. Luxembourg's Jewelers is Indiana's jeweler.
Are you thinking about getting vaccinated? Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about the COVID-19 vaccine. The Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania would also like to remind you that COVID-19 vaccines are available for children as young as 6 months. Talk to your doctor, your child's pediatrician, or your pharmacist if you have questions. You can also learn more by visiting vaccines.gov. That's vaccines.gov. Message made possible by the Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania.
Dan in a van hasn't returned your call. Chuck in a truck can't get there for 2.
So we might. Show starting lineups brought to you by Maine's Chiropractic. Actually, they're going to do the national anthem. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll pick up the national anthem from the band, and then we will get to our Maine's Chiropractic starting lineups. Under the direction of Mr. John Stolars. Homer Center Band will be in the homecoming parade tomorrow, too, and we will have that on Renda Digital TV. Live coverage of the IUP homecoming parade starting at 10 o'clock. Brought to you, presented by Meckling Insurance. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem from Memorial Field. National anthem performed by the Homer Center Junior Senior Marching Band. Now the starting lineups presented by Maine's Chiropractic in Homer City will give you the old adjustment. Ward adjusting today for a better tomorrow. We'll give you the Portage offense, and then we'll let the Homer Center players set the Wildcat offense all on their own, thanks to Chris Garetano in the comm media department at Homer Center High School. What about Portage?
How about him here? Anthony Lawrence is the left end. He's a sophomore, 5'10", 140 pounds. Luke Scarton is the left tackle. Senior, 6'6", 260. Braden Oravitz is the left guard. He's a senior, 5'7", 190. Skylar Scarton is the center, junior, 6'3", 290. Keaton Troxel, the right guard, senior, 5'10", 185. Jeremy Magadan is the right tackle. He's a senior, 5'8", 280. Bodie Leo is the tight end. He is a sophomore, 6'3", 205. In the backfield, the quarterback is Andrew Michael. He is a senior, 6 foot, 180. Mason Cargo, he's a good one. One of the wingbacks, a 5'11", 170-pound senior. Isaac Jabina is the fullback, the senior at 5'10", 225. And Isaac Walensky is a sophomore, 6 foot, 170. He will be the other wingback. Cargo, by the way, excellent basketball player.
Cargo and Miko averaged 21 points between them on that outstanding District 6 championship.
Even better this year.
Team, yep. So the Wildcat offense is going to be introduced by the Wildcat offense, as produced by Chris Garetano. Center Joe Succiarelli, a big hand on this production too. And we're working on some more for the coming weeks, by the way. But for now, let's give you the Homer Center starting offense this way.
I'm quarterback Cole McAnulty. I'm a senior, 5'11", 200 pounds. My favorite college team is Penn State. My favorite NFL team is the Steelers.
My name is Riley Clevenger. I'm a senior. I am 5'10", 180 pounds. My favorite college team is the Oregon Ducks. My favorite NFL player was Calvin Johnson.
I'm a wide receiver, Casey Harper. I'm a senior. I'm 5'8", 162 pounds. My favorite college team is UCF. My favorite pro team is the Eagles, and my favorite NFL player is Jalen Ramsey.
Hello, I'm Mike Jessic. I'm a wide receiver. I'm a senior. I'm 5'9", 180 pounds. My favorite college team is Notre Dame. My favorite NFL team is the Steelers.
I'm Braden Dunn, running back and receiver. I'm a sophomore, 5'9", 161. My favorite college team is Penn State. My favorite pro team is the New York Giants, and my favorite NFL player is Saquon Barkley.
Senior Mason Bell. I'm tight end. I'm 6'3", 225. My favorite college team is Penn State. My favorite NFL team is the Steelers, and my favorite NFL player is George Pickens.
I'm Landon Hill. I play running back. I'm a junior, 6'1", 220 pounds. My favorite college team is Notre Dame, and my favorite NFL player is Ray Lewis.
Hi, my name is Isaiah Benz. I'm a senior left tackle, 6'5", 282. My favorite college team is Penn State. My favorite NFL team is the Ravens. My favorite player is Rodney Harrison.
I'm Romy Dokos. I play left guard. I'm a senior. I'm 5'10", weigh 210 pounds. Wildcat country, let's ride.
I'm center Joe Succiarelli, 6 foot, 203 pounds. My favorite college team is Penn State. My favorite NFL team is the 49ers. My favorite NFL player is Nick Bosa.
I'm right guard Van Tagliati. I'm a senior, 5'11", 240. My favorite team is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
6'1", 237. My favorite college team is Penn State. My favorite NFL team are the Pittsburgh Steelers. My favorite player is Minka Fitzpatrick.
Live to our S&T Bank broadcast booth, relationship banking, one customer at a time. I love that production word. We were watching it on we were hearing the radio version in our headsets, but pretty much it was lip sync on Renda Digital TV. Starting lineups brought to you by Maine's Chiropractic. The coin toss occurred about 20 minutes ago or so, and it was won by Homer Center. They'll go through the formality now at midfield, but the Wildcats deferred and will kick off to Portage. Fans at IRMC at Chestnut Ridge and Blairsville's UrgiCare, they fast-track you for quick access to their team of medical experts. Highly trained and ready to treat all minor injuries and illnesses, IRMC at Chestnut Ridge offers the full spectrum of UrgiCare 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Old Route 22 in Blairsville. Get in, get out, get better. A part of the IRMC family. Better health, better life. Captains for Homer Center, Casey Harper, Cole McInaldi, Joe Succiarelli, and Aiden Bikina. Wildcats in their home black uniforms, black jerseys, black helmets, white numerals.
For the captains for our Wildcats.
Portage,
Cole McInaldi.
Team colors green and white, and they have their white pants, white jerseys, green helmets. Is that a hunter green, Ward? Do you know your colors? I think that's more of like a hunter green, isn't it?
Hunter green. I don't know if I've ever heard that reference.
Yeah, that's a color.
It's not a
I can tell you this.
Standard
the
Crayola green.
Grass is green, and it looks great. They have the HC logo
at
midfield.
Field's beautiful.
It's worked out well where rain has kind of occurred between home games, and I think that's helped to keep the field pretty good. Let's give you while we're waiting for the kickoff, some numbers here. Points per game, Homer Center averaging 26.2, the Mustangs 27.4. Points allowed per game, Homer Center 23 points per game, Portage 16.6. Offensively, Wildcats averaging just 258 yards a game, Portage 301. Defensively, the Wildcats allowing 300 yards per game, Portage 241. Both teams a -2 in the turnover department. Current District 6 playoff standings in Class A, Penns Manor 5-0, running away with things both in the Heritage Conference and District 6A. They have Northern Cambria tonight. They're the second place team with a 4-1 record. Cambria Heights winners of 4 in a row. Their only loss to Northern Cambria in the season opener. And right behind them in 4th place, Homer Center with that 3-2 record. Juniata Valley and Portage also clustered in the middle part of the standings with 3-2 records. So you know the significance of this game. Cambria Heights next week on the schedule. A Penns Manor win over Northern Cambria, I think almost from Homer Center standpoint, you have to root for that tonight.
Yeah, I think so. But
here we go, Aiden Bikina to kick off, end-over-end kick, and it's going to be taken at the 18-yard line. And up the center of the field, running with the football, it is Bodie Leo. And Leo tackled at about the 35-yard line, so a 17-yard return on the kick coverage team, Mason Bell, for Homer Center. So Portage will come out with their starting quarterback. We mentioned outstanding basketball player Andrew Miko. He's a senior, 6 foot 180, as Ward has already told you. 22 rushes, 241 yards, and 3 touchdowns. He's averaging 11 yards per rush. He's only completed 39% of his passes, 24 of 65, 439 yards, but 7 touchdowns. Some big play capability. They bunch 3 receivers to the short side, and they give on a jet sweep to the left and down the left sideline, running loose with the football at the 40, the 30, the 20. Michael Krajosik tackles him not before he gets to the 10-yard line. Brendan Smithrow on the carry. Ward Smithrow, statistically, his first rush of the season. Where have you been, Brendan?
Well, I'll tell you, the far side board can see it on the replay if they show one. We get to see it. I thought Braden was held. I thought he was held. The kid that was blocking him was actually behind him and grabbed him, so that opened that whole side up.
First and goal, regardless. There was not much in the way of black jerseys on the far side of the field. Smithrow in motion now reverses behind the line of scrimmage. They give it to the fullback, Jubina, and Jubina plows his way down to about the 4-yard line. 57-yard run, by the way, for Smithrow.
Just atypical of Homer's defense, and that's been the problem they've had all season. Is big plays, stuff that we're just not used to seeing.
4 yards on the plays.
On that tackle, Romy Dokos. It's going to be 2nd and goal from the 4, opening minute of this football game. Jabina, sidecar to the right of Andrew Miko. Again in motion is Smithrow, who reverses. And they fumble the football, and they've done that a lot this year. and it's recovered by Jabina. And they're going to lose a yard back to the 5-yard line. They've left it on the turf. Watching some video last week against the United Valley Lions, they left the ball on the grass at Portage Stadium quite a bit.
Yeah, Portage it really likes to use that fullback. They in the days prior to this particular team, they ran the fullback to set up their 2 running backs.
3rd and goal from the 5, and they hand it off to Jabina. Slants off the left side, not much going on, maybe a yard, depending on the spot, 2 at the most. And let's see, Dennis, if I can look at the replay on our Renda Digital TV replay monitor. Let's see, he ran into his own man, I think, and he went down. So it's going to be 4th down and goal. They do have a kicker. It is the quarterback, Miko.
They're going for it, though, Mark.
4th and goal from the 4. 10 minutes to play in this scoreless first quarter. Jabina, pistol back behind Miko. Again, Smithrow in motion, and rolling to his right is the quarterback, Miko. The Wildcats have him. He throws incomplete. Knocked away, maybe getting a hand in there was Michael Krajosic. And the Wildcats defense, after that 58-yard Smithrow run, they limit the Mustangs to just 4 yards on 4 plays, and give Braden Dunn credit for pressuring the quarterback, Miko.
That's the key. They did a lot of that against Northern Cambria also. That really fouls up the passing game, and that's what the Cats need to do. Great stand by the defense. Got burned once, not twice.
9:47 to play here in the first. Wildcats will start at their own 4-yard line. The scoreboard behind them. I formation, it looks like, and they give it to Landon Hill, and Landon bounces off 2 white jerseys and has first down yardage out to the 15-yard line. On the coverage, or on the tackle, Mason Cargo. Yeah, it wasn't. My eyes deceived me at our low angle here. It was not an I formation. It was a lone setback with Cole under center.
Nice cutback that time by Landon.
11 yards for Landon to the 15. Cole McAnulty under center once again. Turning, handing to Hill. Hill met right at the line of scrimmage this time and pushed back. Hill entering the game tonight with 105 carries in the first 5 games, 572 yards on a 5.4 average, 10 touchdowns. On that tackle, Braden or Rabbits. They give him a yard to the 16-yard line. 2nd down and 9 as we look out of our S&T Bank broadcast booth window. Wildcats operating left to right toward the north end zone. And they fake it to Hill, and McAnulty going to keep it. And McAnulty goes down relatively easily there. Really wasn't hit hard, but he went down after a gain of about a yard, and we have a whistle and an official timeout. Let's see here, Ward, on our replay monitor. Maybe Cole slipped. Well, coming in from the side for the Mustangs. And didn't catch the number. Was it Keaton Truxell? Truxell.
About a gain of 2 yards. It'll be 3rd down and 7.
A 5'10", 185-pound senior. Sideline warning on the Mustangs. Oh, no, there's a penalty.
Wow.
Oh, the official ran into a coach who was out on the field, and that's an automatic 15. We do have a couple of officials in the booth here, Mr. Succiarelli and Mr. Shirley.
That's pretty severe penalty. Wow. You know, again, Homer getting a break because of some mistakes made by the opponent. They take advantage of that now. They're out to the, 33 now?
38-yard line. From the shotgun with the sidecar left, and Cole bobbles that snap, and he still hands it off, and Landon Hill said thanks a lot for that as he's hit at the 35-yard line. That play didn't have a chance because of the mishandle by Cole McAnulty. So it'll be a loss of 3 back to the 35-yard line.
Yeah, typically when that happens, the quarterback grabs it, either drop down or try to get what you can. Don't try to run the play because it's already blown up, and it was.
Receivers near side of the field, Casey Harper, who had a couple of grabs last week for 20 yards, his first 2 of the season. Riley Clevenger going to be a slot receiver to the right. Up top, if you're watching, is the speedy Michael Krajosik. 2nd down and 13 from the 35. H-back left is Bell. And Cole off of the play action, pressure coming, throwing downfield for Clevenger, diving attempt, he can't get it at the 35-yard line, so it'll be 3rd down and long for Homer Center. Homer Center has not fared well in 3rd and extra long situations. They have had 19 plays of 3rd and 10-plus yards, and they've converted just 5.3%. 5.3% is not good, WA.
They're right. No, it's not. And again, that pass was overthrown. No chance. Now they got Krajosik ISO'd over here. This is where you want to take advantage of the defense.
They're now 2 of 22 on passes of over 20 yards. Hill in motion, and he's limping. Is he coming off? No, he's coming out as a receiver, but you can notice the strange gait there from Hill. Pressure up the middle. Cole steps in out of the pocket, and he's hit and dropped, sacked at the 34, maybe the 35-yard line. If it's the 35, I guess officially it won't be a sack. No gain, and here comes the Wildcat punt team. That's got to be concerning watching Landon Hill the way he was running. I thought he was coming out of the game, actually.
Yeah, if the injuries that he's fighting through is what we think, and it was similar to what Ben Schmidt had, it's just debilitating. He just can't do what he wants to do, and he's probably better off just resting.
Take a quick 30-second break after this punt. 7 minutes to play, moving clock. We're scoreless. Michael Krajosik punting, and the kick is away. Dan Jones, the long snapper. Spiral kick taken at the 37-yard line, and it's Miko who goes out of bounds. We're going to step out with 6:49 to play in the first quarter. We're scoreless on the Renda Media Football Network.
Dan in a van hasn't returned your call? Chuck in a truck can't get there for 2 months? Stop dealing with fly-by-nighters and call a company that's fully capable for all your plumbing and heating needs. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated is on call 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit us at joyceplumbing.com. That's joyceplumbing.com. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated, the best place in town to take a leak. PA 042115.
And they're going to give it to Jabina. Jabina runs over a Wildcat defender and plows his way into Homer Center territory. Jackson Arone and Mason Bell on the tackle. But how about that for a hard-nosed? That was Matt Finotti-like taking you back in time.
He's a big boy. Jabina's a big kid. Boy, he caught Jackson square on.
2nd down and 2. By the way, apologies, but I noticed, Denny Mester noticed, our spotter, Dan Jones, not the long snapper. He's in street clothes. And Jabina the carry, and Jabina going to be close to that lead chain. Jabina, 79 rushes coming into tonight's action, 416 yards, 5.3 average, 6 touchdowns to his credit. On that tackle, Riley Clevenger for the Homer Center Wildcats, the 5'10", 168-pound senior. Inside of 6 minutes to play here, rapidly paced first quarter on a beautiful homecoming night.
A lot of misdirection. That's how you got to keep Jabina bottled up. There he goes.
Jabina gets the carry, and he's met, and he gets enough yardage for the first down. From one side of the 45 to the other, he needed inches, and he got about 2 yards to the Wildcat 44-yard line. On the tackle, Vinny Taglietti.
Yardage for a Mustang first down, 1st and 10 at the 45-yard line.
So Portage again in Homer Center territory. 5.5 minutes left in this first quarter. Miko with the play call from head coach Marty Slonick.
Braden Dunn is having his hands full there. They've been blocking him pretty consistently. He's just not big enough, I think, Mark, to play D-end.
Smith Rowe, slot receiver to the right. They reposition Jabina to the left of quarterback Miko, who's tight behind his center, about a 3-yard drop. He sends a man in motion, and he gives it to that Walensky. And Walensky down the left sideline. Again, Homer Center's edge defense not good, and he's going to run for first down yardage unless he stepped out of bounds earlier, and he did not. Casey Harper finally forced him out of bounds, but not before he got to the 34-yard line.
First and 10 at the 34-yard line.
The same pattern on there, so they have a couple options off of it.
Wingman to the right is Walensky. And he's in motion again, and they give it to him again. And they block it well. And he's down the left sideline, 10 more. Wildcats, poor edge defense.
Walensky off the left side again.
Braden Dunn finally on the tackle, but they're getting 10, 12 yards at a clip.
Again, enough yardage for a Mustang.
Yeah, he's overmatched over there. I'm watching the guys that are blocking him are just knocking him back because they're bigger. He can't get his arms into them, which what an end has to do.
Ball at the Homer Center 23-yard line. Give to Jabina. So they come back straight up the gut. Behind center, Skylar Scarton, a 290-pounder. About 3 yards to the 20-yard line. Mason Bell on the tackle. Again, he leads Homer Center with 34 tackles plus, 17 solo, 34 assisted. 4 tackles for losses also among the leaders on the team, along with Isaac Bentz. 4:20. The give on the jet. Right side, it's Walensky. Walensky gets a block. Michael Krajosik forces him out of bounds. But inside the 15-yard line, see if we get a replay here on our video monitor here in the broadcast booth. Our video producer, John Smathers. And they're going to put it down at about the 13-yard line.
First down.
First down. First and 10.
Too much. Homer's giving up too much yardage.
Here's the replay as we get it now. And well blocked by Portage.
They're blocking the edges very well.
They give on a jet. Walensky dragged down from behind, or that's maybe a touchdown. Mason Bell with a touchdown saving tackle. And limits him to a 3-yard gain.
Gain of about 3.
Might consider sticking Mason out there on that D end and switching Braden inside. He might have more success as an inside backer.
They're still on the edge well.
Yes.
Walensky, slot to the left, he's in motion. They'll probably reverse him, and they do, but they give it up the middle to Jabina. Jabina tripped up. He either tripped over a Wildcat leg or his own lineman.
Good thing. Had a hole there.
Here we get a look at it on our replay monitor. What an advantage this is to, well, he kind of stumbled over his own lineman. It's 3rd down and 4.
Big play again here for the Wildcat defense. Seems like that's all they've been doing is playing defense tonight.
Ball at the 8-yard line. Jabina to the right of Miko, the quarterback. Walensky in motion. They hand it to him. He's trying to get to the corner, and he does. They have him outnumbered, and he's inside the 5. And they're going to have first down and goal at about the 3-yard line. 2:58 clock stopped. We're scoreless, but Portage threatening to get on the board again. Homer Center Ward, there's no other way to put it. They struggle with these wing offenses.
Yeah, and they're doing it very well because the guy that comes
struggling very well. You're right.
Yeah, and Portage is running this beautifully. They're handing off to the man in motion a lot, and it's hard to tell. See, he's right there up
Here's
the middle.
Jabina. Up the middle is right, and Jabina has a touchdown for the Portage Mustangs. From 3 yards out on a first down and goal, the 225-pound fullback plows his way in for his 7th touchdown of the season, and it's 6-0 Portage.
Too methodical, and you're right. The whatever you call them, jet sweep type plays have been just killing Homer's defense. They're getting chunks of yardage. That has got to stop.
Long snapper is Cargo. Easton Solonic, the holder, and the snap is good. Put down, and the kick is good. Teams come upfield. We'll have a Portage kickoff. They lead. They've dominated this first quarter over the Homer Center Wildcats. Mustangs 7, Wildcats nothing on an Indiana Regional Medical Center High School Sports Night on the WCCS Wildcat Football Network.
Homer City American Legion Post 493, a longtime backer of Homer Center Athletics, is pleased to be a part of today's broadcast and wishes the best of luck to the Homer Center Wildcats this season. Homer City American Legion Post 493 has served Homer City and our veterans for more than half a century. They are a staple of the community and believe in giving back. So have fun today, teams. Represent your communities well. From your friends at the Homer City American Legion Post 493.
Find your smile again with Evolutions 2 in downtown Indiana, offering hair alternatives and solutions for any lifestyle and need. Build your confidence with a personalized one-on-one consultation with experienced stylist Lisa Hunter and take the steps to regain your life with one of Evolution 2's many hair solutions available. There is a fit for everyone, from adults to children. So call or find Evolutions 2 on Facebook. Evolutions 2 in downtown Indiana. Find your smile again.
The Twin Cities.
Drive for the Portage Mustangs, 10 plays, 55 yards. It took 4 minutes. They picked up 5 first downs. They were 2 for 2 on third down, and the Wildcats defense singed on the edge.
I think they're sitting back. Denny had a good point there. Rather than sitting and waiting on these guys, start shooting in and getting them in the backfield, because you know they're coming at you.
Jabina to kick off, and it's a squibber. And the Wildcats need to get on it, and they do not, I don't think. I think Walensky has the football, and he does. The Portage Mustangs have the ball right back in Wildcat territory. I don't know what they were waiting for to attack that squib kick. We have a media timeout on the field with 2:48 to play in the football game. The Wildcats not real focused here to start this football game. It's Portage 7 and the Homer Center Wildcats nothing on an IRMC High School Sports Night on WCCS, and our digital coverage presented by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club. 7-0 Mustangs on the Renda Media Football Network.
The Twin Cities Event Hall is the perfect place to host your next special occasion. The event hall, located on the grounds of the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, features an air-conditioned banquet room that comfortably seats 200, a beverage bar, a stage and refurbished hardwood dance floor, and a brand new kitchen that is caterer-friendly. The Twin Cities Event Hall is perfect for weddings, anniversary parties, or any occasion. The Twin Cities Event Hall is now accepting bookings, located off Route 119 in Grayston on Neal Road. Find them on Facebook or call 724-541-3683.
This is your state representative, Jim Struzzi, and I'm asking for your vote this November. The last couple of years have been something we could never have imagined, and now we are getting back to normal, and nothing is more normal than Friday night football. I want to wish all our area athletes, band members, cheerleaders, and all who participate the best of luck for a safe, successful, and fun-filled season. These games wouldn't happen without the support of the community, and I will continue to work hard for you and your families in Indiana County. Me and my staff wish you good luck, and I'll be rooting for each and every one of you, and I hope that you'll be rooting for me this November.
Memorial. Ward, if the Wildcats were looking for a sluggish start, they've delivered.
They sure have, but it's like they're not in this game right now, and they need to get it. That's why you get aggressive. Now you start maybe blitzing, doing something to disrupt this offense.
Mason Cargo, wingman to the right, but they bring Walensky, who recovered that squib kick, and they're going to throw deep for Cargo, who's all alone. Can he run under it? He cannot at the 5-yard line. He was well beyond Michael Krajosik, and it falls incomplete. If it's on target, that's an easy 6 points.
Yeah.
Looking Ward at the replay behind you. I'm not sure if he ran an out and up, but he was open.
He had 3 or 4 steps on Michael, so Michael was playing something other than the deep pass, that's for sure. Now, again, this is 4-down territory as far as Portage is concerned, so that's a good call.
2:42 to play in this first quarter. 7-0 Mustangs. They've owned it. Motion man is Walensky. They give it to him. They give on a reverse to Cargo. Cargo into the secondary. Makes a move at the 30, down to the 28-yard line, where Krajosik tackles him after a 9-yard gain.
That's the old double reverse. I haven't seen that since I ran it in midgets, but it worked beautifully there. 8-yard pickup.
Cargo nicked up a little bit, 170 yards rushing on 22 carries. And they're going to give it to Jabina, who sidesteps a tackler, has a first down to the Wildcat 25-yard line.
Riley
Clevenger and Mason Bell on the tackle for the Homer Center Wildcats, but they moved the chains again. 2:10, clock moving. The team wearing white and green, if you're watching, has dominated this first quarter. All of the action has been on that half of the field.
Yes, it has.
Homer Center ran, 5 plays? They picked up 1 first down.
It was on a penalty.
Well, play, Landon Hill
got one big gain.
And running the jet around the left end again and down the left sideline, forced out of bounds at the 5-yard line. I think it might be time for an adjustment, Ward. They might need Maine's chiropractic.
Big time. I agree with Denny. I think that you got to start taking some shots. You blitz your ends in, kind of jam that reverse stuff up.
Smithrow on that carry.
They're waiting to get blocked, Mark, and guess what? They're getting blocked.
Michael Krajosik on the tackle. First and goal, Mustangs at the 12-yard line. This battle of 2, 3, and 2 teams. Motion man Walensky. They give on another reverse, and it's Smithrow. Smithrow darting through a hole toward the end zone. Did he get to the end zone? He did not, but it's going to be first and goal, I do believe, at about the 2-yard line.
Down inside the 5, it'll be first down and goal at the 2-yard.
Here's a replay on our monitor in the booth. A quarterback, Miko, handed it to Walensky. Walensky back to Smithrow, and it was so open. Jabina gets the carry, and he's into the end zone for a Portage Mustang touchdown. Jabina's second, and they are ripping Homer Center to shreds right now, Ward. There's no other way to put it. It's 13-0.
It's embarrassing. I think that defense is just getting pushed all over the place.
To attempt the extra point out of the hold of Easton Solonic, the coach's son, he's a freshman, it will be Andrew Miko. Miko, 14 of 17, including his first conversion, and the kick is up and the kick is good. So Portage off and running. Homer Center getting dominated in this first quarter. There's still plenty of time to go, but it's the opposite of what happened to both teams a week ago when United Valley jumped on Portage and Homer jumped on Northern Cambria. Not the case tonight on an IRMC Sports Night on WCCS and on Renda Digital TV, presented by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club. Scoreboard says Mustangs 14, Homer Center nothing on the Renda Media Football Network.
The Indiana County Technology Center is now accepting enrollment in our adult education programs. The ICTC's adult education programs offer in-demand post-secondary programs tailored to empower student success. From cosmetology to welding and practical nursing, the ICTC has a program for everyone. Indiana County Technology Center, empowering tomorrow's workforce.
Brought to you by Luther Ford Lincoln.
6 plays, 37 yards, 1 minute, 23 seconds. You just got to do something differently on defense. It's going to be an extremely long night.
Squib kick. This one bouncing around and picked up by Krajosik at the 20 to the 25, and that's all. Good kick coverage limits Krajosik to a 5-yard return. It was Mason Cargo on the tackle.
It's not a lot of life showing on the black and white right now. They have got to get some plays that get some chunks of yardage and get them in the ball game a little bit. Their defense is just about exhausted after being dominated in that first quarter. 1:21 to go. Let's see what they can do. Well, they got a veteran offensive line. They just have not performed the way we thought they would this year.
They have not. So Cole McAnally will go under center, Joe Succiarelli. Lone setback, Landon Hill. Landon gets the handoff, and Landon fights for 5 yards to about the 30. Line of scrimmage, the 26.
It's number 70, Jeremy Madigan.
So give him 4 yards on the tackle. It was Jeremy Madigan and also Isaac Jabina on the stop. Jabina, a defensive end. Ward, you remember Suds Dubler from Glendale. One of our all-time favorite names, right?
Yeah.
Well, we have a new one tonight, or at least I do. I'll tell you about him. And he's wearing white and green. Sidecar left is Hill. And again, they bobble the snap. Cole McEnany, 2 good snaps, and he's bobbled them both.
Hill on the carry.
And as a result, it just bogs down the play. And it's just a 1-yard gain for Hill. It's all about timing with this offense, and it's not well timed right now. Or Rabbits on the tackle. Okay, check your scorecard, Ward. Number 63, and this is not a nickname.
Fence Rocker.
Fence Rocker. 3rd down and 4. You agree? Our new all-time name?
That's a good one. Fence
Rocker.
Huh?
3rd down and 4. The Wildcats do run the play before the quarter ends. They give it to Hill. The Wildcats trying to push Hill toward the 1st down, and they do as the first quarter comes to a close. Fence Rocker is a 5'10", 320-pound freshman. That's a big fence.
Yes.
We could use that on the border down south, but we won't get into that. Score at the end of 1. It's Portage 14 and the Homer Center Wildcats nothing. Wildcats hoping to get a drive together as we head to the 2nd on an IRMC Sports Night on WCCS and our video presentation presented by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club on the Renda Media Football Network.
At IRMC, we have all of the necessary pieces in place to perform complex operations, including highly skilled and specially trained surgeons, their support team of experts, and advanced technology like the Da Vinci robotic surgical system. As a result, patients spend less time in the hospital, recover faster, and get treated close to home. So there's no reason to puzzle over where you should get your surgical care. The answer is right here at IRMC.
The Twin Cities Event Hall is the perfect place.
Opening play of the second quarter. They're going to throw out the flat to Riley Clevenger, who tried running before he caught it. He bangs his hands on his helmet, but that doesn't help. It's an incompletion. And the Wildcats continue to find ways to shoot themselves in the foot. We want to mention that Ralph Cesari, the incoming superintendent at Homer Center, who will be finishing up his duties as the 17-year principal at Portage, will be our halftime guest here in the booth. So that should be an interesting conversation. He's still wearing green, and his team's winning, but he will switch to the black and white in November. Jet sweep to Krajosic, dancing around, and you can't do that when you're heading east and west. North and south is where you want to go, and it loses yardage back to the 34-yard line. Ward, I want to mention that backup quarterback Angelo Alexander was cleared this week, and I asked Coach Page after the interview if you needed him, could you play him? And he said absolutely. He did take a little bit of contact Wednesday.
That's good. That's good. Right now,
they might need some kind of spark.
Needed here.
3rd down, 13. Cole with pressure coming. Guess what? Throwing deep for Krajosic, who takes it at the 32-yard line. So what do you know? One of those long passes finally worked, and it's a 1st down into Portage Mustang territory. Ward, describe, if we get the replay, here it is, what you see.
It's just a streak pattern. It's just well thrown this time. Nice job, and all Michael had to do was run under it. So that's a big lift for this offense. Let's see if they can get something going now.
34-yard pass to Krajosic. Here's Landon Hill tight-roping down the right sideline for good yardage, running with what I think is a noticeable limp.
Yeah. He's not 100%, let's put it that way. It's big 8-yard, big 9-yard pick up that time. That's encouraging now. Look, one play can loosen things up.
That was on a 3rd and 13 play, too. 11:06 remaining. We have an official timeout on the field. I think they're going to call for a measurement, actually.
Officials
So
line out for a measurement.
I would like to tell you that since 2009, IRMC at Chestnut Ridge in Blairsville has been there for you and your family. With convenient access, Urgent is open 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. with seamless access to the main IRMC campus, IRMC in Indiana. Count on IRMC at Chestnut Ridge, Old Route 22 in Blairsville. Enough with the waiting game. Get in, get out, get better. A part of the IRMC family. Better health, better life. And I got a text from my brother Jerry, who's on the school board, and a little under the weather, so we want to wish him well. But he says Hunter Green is actually a dark green. Dummy. No, he didn't say dummy, but I think that's what he was trying to say. Was it enough for a first? It was.
Yes, it was. Homer needs a score badly.
1st and 10 at the 22, 10-yard gain for Landon Hill. Sidecar to the right of Cole McAnulty, twins to the left. Cole's going to keep it, a little tentative, and he comes near side and can be dragged down right near the line of scrimmage. You got to run it with authority. If you're going to run it, you can't be tentative, and the Wildcats have on a couple of plays here in this drive. Braden Oravitz on the tackle. Want to say, acknowledge a couple of texts here. Hey, Mark, it's great listening to you and Coach Hilliard and watching the Wildcats every week. Go Cats, Tim Leasock in Jupiter, Florida. And we certainly, our prayers go out to everybody in that state. Our radio stations in Fort Myers were ravaged with that storm, too. We have 4 stations in the Fort Myers-Naples market. Give to Hill into the secondary. 15-10 toward the right sideline to the pylon. Touchdown, Homer Center Wildcats. Landon Hill from 21 yards out. It was set up by the 34-yard pass to Krajosic, and Hill did the rest of the heavy lifting, didn't he? It's 14-6 with 10:19 to play in the half.
Nice blocking on the right side there. Aiden Bacchina, Vinny Taglietti helped clear that out, and a good cut, and that was all she wrote. Nice job by Landon. Boy, critical that Homer scored.
Now, we'll try to pick up this long snapper, Denny, if you can, at least maybe after the play. The holder for Homer Center is Angelo Alexander, and the hold is, the snap is put down. It wasn't pretty, but it is good. And the long snapper for Homer Center is Riley Clevenger, who does have experience in that regard. So the Wildcats, some much-needed points. They cut the Portage lead in half. Now they have to figure things out defensively with 10:19 to play in the first half. It's Portage 14.
When your vehicle needs tended to, take it to Baroni's Auto Care. Baroni's Auto Care inspects, does minor repairs including brakes and exhausts, as well as oil changes and tune-ups. And if you're looking for tires, Baroni's Auto Care sells all brands. Baroni's Auto Care is currently accepting new customers. So when your vehicle needs inspected or repaired, take it to Baroni's Auto Care right off Route 56. Look for the sign in Brush Valley.
Business happens here, and here, and here. At First Commonwealth, we believe that to be the best bank for the businesses that create strong communities, we need to understand the way they work, see their companies firsthand, meet them face to face, and build a relationship so we can help them build their business.
Are you thinking of getting vaccinated? Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about the COVID-19 vaccine. The Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania would like to remind you that COVID-19 vaccines are available for children as young as 6 months. Talk to your doctor, your child's pediatrician, or your pharmacist if you have questions. You can also learn more by visiting vaccines.gov. That's vaccines.gov. Message made possible by the Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania.
And Angelo Alexander looking to pass, throwing an out pattern, and it's over top the defender into the hands of Mason Bell for the touchdown. Perfectly thrown by Angelo Alexander, the first touchdown pass of his career. Hopefully the first of many. And the Wildcats have stormed back in it. It's 14-13. They convert a fourth and goal play from the 3.
Thank goodness they finally found Mason Bell. I wondered why, you have a kid that size out there who's a good athlete. I don't know if he caught a ball this year yet, maybe one, but that was a great catch there. His second catch of the season, and the kick is blocked, so Portage will maintain their lead. Keep in mind you have a new snapper, new holder. Timing not quite there, but the Wildcats do take advantage of the Portage fumble. We'll pause for 60 on an Indiana Regional Medical Center High School Sports Night on WCCS Renda Digital TV, presented by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club. It's now Portage 14, Homer Center 13 on the Renda Media Football Network.
Every year, we go on a search for great snacks or treats. Children enjoy more than just candy on Halloween. The best sources of calcium are milk, yogurt, and cheese. Kids like us love string cheese because it's tasty and fun to pull, twist, and eat. And parents love string cheese because it's rich in calcium, whatever that is. So give us kids the fun and goodness we are looking for. Make it a very dairy Halloween. A message from Allied Milk Producers.
The Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club is making a splash, continuing to grow its membership. The Sportsman's Club features a fishing pond that is well stocked. Inside the club, members can enjoy a game of pool, or how about shuffleboard? What's your favorite team, including the Wildcats and more? The Grayston Coral Sportsman's also has a shooting range and takes pride hosting kid-friendly events. And be sure to check out the nearby Twin Cities Event Hall for your next special occasion. Proud to sponsor the Wildcats, the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, located off Route 119 on Neal Road in Grayston.
By Jabina, and Jabina gets to the 40-yard line where he's tackled by Aiden Bikina. Where I like the fact that head coach Greg Page has gone to a lot of veterans on the kick coverage team, because I mentioned on the pregame they had allowed 40 yards per kickoff return.
I mean, you give the younger guys a chance, but if they're not performing, you got to make a change. The idea is to win the football game.
Portage starts at their own 40. Bunch set to the left, and they give to Walensky. Walensky trying to get to the edge, and he does, to the 45, to the 50, first down yardage into Wildcat territory. They just have no answer. And the Homer Center touchdown drive, if you will, 5 plays, 7 yards, although it was really 16 because of the holding penalty. Took 91 seconds. They didn't make that easy either, did they?
And I'll tell you, Landon Hill's in the game. He played D-end, and he just got driven back. I don't have to watch who's blocking over there, but somebody's doing a heck of a job on that edge.
Ball at the Wildcat, 46-yard line. In motion is Cargo. They give on a reverse to Walensky. Walensky running room to the 40, to the 35, 30, down the right sideline to the 20. Stumbles out of bounds. As just getting a piece of him was Casey Harper. And the Homer Center Wildcats are getting torched defensively with this wing T offense. And the Wildcats sending Javon Jones, who played well last week, I thought, at Northern Cambria. He's coming into the game. And out comes Aiden Bikina. I think they're going to try to get more athleticism.
Well, they need to get more people. I think what they need to do is start boxing this up with 8 people and then stymie this running game. That's a key, and there's a touchdown.
And there's Jabina, not stymied at all. 9 yards, virtually untouched. And It is 20-13. Homer Center, poor defense. But credit Portage, their offense is operating the same offense that was held to 14 points last week against United Valley.
You can't explain this. I can't explain how this team gave up 56 points and then held Northern Cambria to 7. And actually, that was not even an offensive touchdown. But here they're getting rolled over again.
Miko to attempt the extra point. Slonick, the holder, boy, he kicks them high and he kicks them long and he kicks them good. He's 3 for 3. Well, the momentum that Homer Center had built was wiped away by the defense. It's 21-13 Portage as they drive 60 yards in just a handful of plays on an IRMC High School Sports Night on WCCS, Renda Digital TV, presented by the Greyston Coral Sportsman's Club. It's now Mustangs 21, Homer Center 13 on the Renda Media Football Network.
Hi, my name is London, and this is the bus that I take to school every day. We have a really fun bus driver, and guess what? Smith Bus Company is hiring new bus drivers.
That's right, London. Smith Bus Company is hiring positions for full and part-time drivers and driver's assistants. They provide transportation for 5 area school districts, and they're proud of the work they do. Apply now at smithbusco.com, an equal opportunity employer.
Luther Ford, one trusted name, 2 great locations. Right now at Luther Ford, order your new Ford and lock in 2.9% APR financing for 60 months, no matter when your new vehicle comes in. That's right, order your new vehicle now and your interest rate is locked in even if rates go up. Just stop in today and drive away in your new vehicle from Luther Ford. Luther Ford, 2 great locations, Homer City and Evansburg. Click on lutherford.com.
Off Jabina, squib kick, and the Wildcats picked up by Casey Harper at the 28-yard line near sideline to the 35. Tackled as he gets over the 40 by the Portage Mustangs. Brendan Smithrow. Pretty good return by Casey. Those squib kicks have been pretty effective for Portage.
Yeah, they have. Homer's had trouble handling them. That time Harper, rather than wait for somebody else, grabbed it. Nice return, and Homer's in good field position.
Luther Ford drive summary. How about this, Ward? 3 plays, 60 yards.
That's
took 25 seconds.
You got to have more people on that line for them to block it. Blow up their scheme a little bit.
That's putting it in the fast lane.
Oh, my. Ridiculous.
Quick lane at Luther Ford. 1st and 10 at the 41. And the backup quarterback, Angelo Alexander, hands to Landon Hill. Landon a yard or 2, and that's all. Defensively for the Mustangs, Luke Scarton, and also Braden Oravitz.
I see Cole McAnally down there. He keeps rubbing his forehead. He's got his helmet off, so I got to believe he got dinged. And that's what's got him out.
Scary moment last night in the Dolphins and Bengals game with 2 of the Dolphins. Wildcats with a pistol back. The give to that pistol back, and Hill with some good hard-nosed running inside the 50 to the 48-yard line. Going to mark it at the 47-yard line. Scarton on the tackle again for the Mustangs.
That's all he needs is a little crack, but they haven't been able to do that for the last few games.
Got a good kick block there from Romy Dokos, whose dad's watching in Greece tonight. Hello, Mr. Dokos. Give to Hill again. And the give carries the football. Hill does inside the 45 down to about the 43, getting up slowly as Jeremy Madigan. Braden Oravitz made the tackle.
Again, that was off Dokos' side, so they're getting a little drive now that off that side of the line into 4-down territory.
Have a pistol back in Hill. Sidecar is Mason Bell, and they give it to Hills. They feed him the football, and why not with the way he's running right now. Inside the 40 down to about the 37. Going to be very, very close to a first down. Mason Cargo on the stop. Stopping Hill, who had the cargo for Homer Center.
They'll be looking at Angelo here pretty soon. They're setting him up real well, are they not, with these good runs by Landon Hill.
Come on, Lon, you got a board!
Angelo Alexander, good prospect just needs to put some meat on the bones, and this time Hill is dragged down.
Hill again the carry.
No gain on that play. Good defense from the Mustangs. Both of these teams 3 and 2. Getting up off the bottom of that pile was Ravitz.
Second down and 9.
Ravitz, his third tackle here in a short while. Under 6 minutes to play here in the first half. Our halftime guest will be Ralph Cesari. He's the principal at Portage, but he's going to become the superintendent at Homer Center. Read option, and Angelo keeps it, breaks a tackle, comes near side 30, 25, first down, dragged down from behind by freshman Easton Solonic, the coach's son, Marty Solonic. But how about that play worded? He faked a little toss actually on that RPO, and he came near side as we get the replay from John Smathers and gets it inside the 25-yard line.
You know, he's gangly as he is. He's got a quick first step, and you could see it there. He managed to outrun the defense to that corner to pick that first down up.
To the Portage 23. He's going to keep it again. He's going to try to get to the left edge, but a good low tackle. Outstanding work by Mason Cargo. The strong safety going to lose to. That time didn't fool Portage.
Nah, that was a good job by their defense.
Homecoming queen will be crowned here at Memorial Field. We had Joe Supko up in the broadcast booth tonight. He didn't like all the attention Ed got last week, so he came up and he said the better Supko is here. And then I heard from Ed, who says he's watching in the Pittsburgh region. He says he doesn't remember so much green grass on Memorial Field when he played. And here's Alexander dragged down. He's sacked all the way back at the 38-yard line. Sacking him, the defensive end, Isaac Jabina. All he's done is score all 3 of their touchdowns, and now he's getting in on the act defensively too.
Oh, a big play there. Homer could not handle him.
There's going to be a team wearing green tomorrow at Miller Stadium. That's a pretty big football game, homecoming. They're called Slippery Rock.
Yeah, they always had some classic battles with them.
Going to be a timeout called. Wildcats are going to be faced with 3rd and 23 on the other side of the break with 4:01 remaining in the first half. Homer Center down by 8 and down in distance, a problem too when we return. It's 21-13 Mustangs on the Renda Media Football Network.
I liked the one with the stained glass ship in the front door. You liked the one with the 2-car garage. But then we found it, the one. It had a porch swing, a yard for our dog, a room for your office. Sure, it was 95 years old, but when we met with Amy at S&T Bank, she mentioned they had been around for over 115 years, and that made me feel better. Because even if we won't be here in 115 years, maybe our grandkids will be.
I'm Shannon Lipniskis. Hutton Blues Insurance of Indiana is proud to support high school football.
I'm Jay Blues. You can't beat football season, and when it comes to your insurance needs, you won't beat the service we provide at Hutton Blues Insurance.
Our family business has served Indiana and the surrounding counties for more than 3 decades.
Once you do business with Hutton Blues Insurance, we'll make you a customer for life.
So best of luck, area teams, from your friends at Hutton Blues Insurance in Indiana.
Down 23, Alexander floats it out to Dunn, and Dunn is tackled after a very short gain to the 35-yard line, maybe even the 36. And the Wildcats 4th down and long. We're under 4 minutes to play in the first half. Wanted to mention the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, so supportive of our video streams and our radio broadcast too. They have a big cornhole tournament tomorrow at 1 o'clock that is open to the public. Sign-ups begin at 12 noon. Just a $25 entry fee, includes food and beverage. That's tomorrow at the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club. Easiest way to get there, Ward, is take the first Grayston exit off of Route 119. Instead of taking the bypass, just take exit 22B to the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club.
It's a busy place.
There's a flag and delay of game on Homer Center, probably because they're going to punt them, try to give their punter, Michael Krajosik, a little more room to punt the ball and try to pin them deep. Homer Center with just one timeout remaining. So
they're trying to run the clock down as much as they can because they can't stop this offense. And that's 3 minutes, which is more than enough time the way this Portage offense has been going. Homer has got to find a way to slow them down.
It's been mostly on the edge, and then they come with Jabina up the middle. Snap, oh, high, and Krajosik on a rugby-style punt looking for the corner. It hits at the 13-yard line and going to roll out of bounds. Boy, that was magnificent work by the punter, Michael Krajosik, who came into tonight's game averaging 33.7. And a 38-yard effort that will pin Portage right there, and we have a media timeout on the field. With 2:57 remaining in the first half, it's the Portage Mustangs 21 and the Homer Center Wildcats 13. Coming back with more on the Renda Media Football Network.
The Indiana County Technology Center is now accepting enrollment in our adult education programs. The ICTC's adult The Indiana County Technology Center is now accepting enrollment in our adult education programs. The ICTC's adult education programs offer in-demand post-secondary programs tailored to empower student success. From cosmetology to welding and practical nursing, the ICTC has a program for everyone. Indiana County Technology Center, empowering tomorrow's workforce.
At IRMC, we have all of the necessary pieces in place.
Turf here at Memorial Field, and the Wildcats jumped on it.
That may be the only way Homer can stop them right now.
Is when they have stopped themselves. Jabina, the pistol back behind quarterback Miko, and he gets the handoff and cuts through a hole and out over the 5, up to about the 8 or 9 yard line for about 6 yards on first down. We churn inside of 3 minutes to play in this football game. On the tackle, it was Romy Dokos. Phoebus, his dad, watching tonight's game in Greece. What time is it in Greece? Oh, somebody's got to know that. I know it's the middle of the morning.
Let's see, 5 hours.
I don't know.
It's probably about 5 in the morning.
They give to Walensky. Walensky trying to get to the edge. The Wildcats this time won't let them do it. Good job defensively. Going to force a loss on the play.
Well, Logan Hill's over there now, and he can play that end position well.
Mason Bell is being held.
Third down and 8.
And see who made that tackle. It was Hill. See the hold on Bell. They had him they had a fistful of jersey. Under 2 minutes to play. Wildcats do have one timeout. They'll use it if they can stop them here and force a punt. Football back to the 4 yard line.
They do attack here.
Miko gives up the middle, and let's see who has that football. It is Jabina. Jabina to the 9, and the Wildcats will burn a timeout. We'll take one, too. From our S&T Bank broadcast booth, relationship banking, one customer at a time. S&T Bank, member FDIC. We'll be back in 30 seconds with the score: Portage 21 and the Homer Center Wildcats 13. One last hope for the Wildcats in this first half when we return on the Renda Media Football Network.
At IRMC, we have all of the necessary pieces in place to perform complex operations, including highly skilled and specially trained surgeons, their support team of experts, and advanced technology like the Da Vinci robotic surgical system. As a result, patients spend less time in the hospital, recover faster, and get treated close to home. So there's no reason to puzzle over where you should get your surgical care. The answer is right here at IRMC.
We will have radio replays and also a visit with new Homer Center Superintendent Ralph Cesari, who's still the principal at Portage. How about that? And we will have the crowning of the homecoming queen. Try to pick that up on both radio and Renda Digital TV. Punting for the Portage Mustangs, long snapper or Rabbits, and it's blocked, and it's in the end zone, and it's covered by Riley Clevenger for a touchdown. The Wildcats block the punt, and with 90 seconds left in the first half, it's 21-19. Let's see if we can pick up who blocked that punt. It might have been Mason Bell, and Riley Clevenger pounced on it. See if we can get one more look at it. John, can you give it to us one more time? Here it is. And busting through, actually, I think Isaiah Bentz, it was Cupcake that blocked it.
Boy, they had 2 or 3 guys in there, so that was a little bit of an attack. Now a chance to tie the game. They're going to go for 2, obviously.
And they come out with a sidecar to the left of Angelo Alexander, who replaced Cole McAnulty. It's Landon Hill. And they're going to fake it to Landon, and it's going to be Alexander bobbling the ball. Now he's going to go down. Never had the handle on it, I don't think. And the two-point conversion fails. So with 90 seconds left in the first half, the Wildcats block punt, well set up by the defense. Let's give them credit because they haven't played well, but they did that sequence. And then the block punt recovered by Riley Clevenger. 1:30 remaining in the first half. It's Homer Center trailing Portage 21-19 on the Renda Media Football Network. Okay, we're going to try to sneak in 2 here.
You won this year's chili cook-off. Our girls played in the softball finals last spring. You're not just another policyholder to us. We remember your name. Hi, Cheryl.
He remembered my name.
Because it's your name. That's simple human sense. Jeff, Mary, Dan, Sarah.
Recently voted Best Landscaping Company in Indiana County, Johnston Nursery Landscaping has been serving the area since 2002 in all phases of landscaping. J&L's primary focus is year-round property maintenance, driveway seal coating, excavation, and wholesale and retail Christmas tree sales. Let J&L take away the hassle of fall leaf cleanup and also help with those fall landscaping projects. It's a great time of year to work on those beautiful home projects. Check them out on Facebook, Johnston Nursery Landscaping.
Off of the hand of Slonick, and he picks it up back at the 30-yard line, and just a 3 or 4 yard return. Mason Bell, he's everywhere, isn't he, on that kick coverage team, and defensively, touchdown pass to his credit offensively. And Portage with 1:27 will have a 1st and 10 at their own 35-yard line.
For the Mustangs.
Let's see where they're going to put it down.
Oh, 32.
I think the
32 and a half.
Wow. Okay.
He's faking this out, Lark. They need a big stop here. You know, don't give up anything now. You've somehow managed to stay in this ball game.
That
don't give it up.
Referee looked like you walking out of Nins a few years ago. The give to Walensky around the right edge, and Walensky into the Portage bench. Not going to gain much with 1:20 to play. Now, the Wildcats, Ward, hate to say it, we cover Homer Center all the time. We have for how many decades? But you can't demoralize yourself now after, something to get excited about. You've put 19 points on the board in this second quarter, and you can't allow something big here.
And don't forget, Homer did the first, so they'll get the ball back. The trick is not to allow Portage to score. They got plenty of time.
2nd down and 7, and they have all 3 timeouts in their hip pocket. There's that reverse up the middle, and this time the Wildcats have them. And it was Caleb Palmer along with Vinny Taglietti. 21-19 our score. Want to say hello to our good friend Jimmy Sutter watching tonight's game.
Yeah, hi Jimmy.
So quick inside reverse, and give Riley Clevenger credit for coming in there too defensively.
You see that play enough, Mark. You got to be able to maybe react a little differently than you had been and just attack. Again, I keep using that word, but you got to attack those kind of things.
Now it's Marty Slonick using every last second that he can. We're down to 10 on the play clock, 40 on the game clock. 3rd down and 5. I would suspect they're going to keep it on the ground here, but they're going to take a timeout first. We'll take one final timeout as well for 30 seconds, with 33 seconds left in the first half. 3rd and 5 for Portage. When we return, they lead Homer Center 21-19 on the Renda Media Football Network.
At Diamond Medical Supply, we're always on your team. No matter your sport, you can count on our support. With braces, bandages, BioFreeze, and so much more, all to keep you in the game. We're a winning care solution, no matter what you play. Diamond Medical Supply, keeping you healthy this season because we care about care.
Memorial Field in Homer City as we get set for our ITT halftime report. But 33 seconds to navigate here first. Portage still huddled around head coach Marty Slonick. Halftime guest will be Ralph Cesari. In addition to being the Portage principal for 17 years, the incoming Homer Center superintendent, which I think is a great hire for Homer Center. He's the football chairman for District 6, so we can get into that a little bit. Between Ralph and Jody Rainey, the principal who's heavily involved in District 6, I think the Wildcats will have things covered in that regard. Here we go, 3rd down and 5.
Got to cover this now.
They put Smithrow in motion, and booting to his right is the quarterback. Miko fires sideline, errant toss into the Portage bench. Intended for Mason Cargo. So now Portage will have to punt again, and the Wildcats could bring the house again if they want to.
Well, they may as well. They've got nothing really to lose here.
Tomorrow morning on Renda Digital TV at 10 o'clock, we will have live video presentation of the IUP Homecoming Parade. 10 o'clock, Jake Slobotnik will be the MC. John Smathers, Andy Hart, and Josh Whittison will be manning the cameras. From 9th in Philadelphia, then IUP and Slippery Rock on U92. Here's Miko to punt, and he gets a kick that's going to sail over the head of Krajosik. Does take a favorable Wildcat bounce to the 31-yard line, but there's only 21 seconds left here in the first half, and the Wildcats will probably be smart just to take a knee.
I believe that's what they're going to do. I see Coach Page there was talking to Angelo Alexander and Braden Dunn.
31-yard punt, no return. So we've filled up the notepad in this second quarter. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 possessions. Wildcats at their own 31. No timeouts left. Braden Dunn in the backfield, and Angelo Alexander hands it off to Dunn, and Dunn is met and dropped by the Portage Mustangs' Jeremy Madigan, a 5'8", 280-pound senior nose guard. And that's going to be the end of the first half.
Brought down in the backfield.
Down to 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, and one. There is no more. Entertaining first half, although I don't know that the Wildcats want to keep getting into these shootout type victories, or not victories, but games.
No, they don't.
Ralph Cesari has joined us, and he is still wearing his green, and we can respect that because he's still an employee of the Portage School District, but Homer Center excited to have him coming on board as the new superintendent. We'll get to Ralph, and we'll get to our radio replays, and also the crowning of the homecoming queen at Memorial Field. Entertaining first half, 40 points on the board. 21 of them belong to the Portage Mustangs. It's Portage 21 and the Homer Center Wildcats 19. On an IRMC High School Sports Night on WCCS, Renda Digital TV, presented by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club. 21-19 Mustangs on the Renda Media Football Network.
Find your smile again with Evolutions 2 in downtown Indiana, offering hair alternatives and solutions for any lifestyle and need. Build your confidence with a personalized one-on-one consultation with experienced stylist Lisa Hunter, and take the steps to regain your life with one of Evolution 2's many hair solutions available. There is a fit for everyone, from adults to children. So call or find Evolutions 2 on Facebook. Evolutions 2 in downtown Indiana. Find your smile again.
Dan in a van hasn't returned your call? Chuck in a truck can't get there for 2 months? Stop dealing with fly-by-nighters and call a company that's fully capable for all your plumbing and heating needs. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated is on call 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit us at joyceplumbing.com. That's joyceplumbing.com. Joyce Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning Incorporated, the best place in town to take a leak. PA 042115.
The Twin Cities Event Hall is the perfect place to host your next special occasion. The Event Hall, located on the grounds of the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, features an air-conditioned banquet room that comfortably seats 200, a beverage bar, a stage and refurbished hardwood dance floor, and a brand new kitchen that is caterer-friendly. The Twin Cities Event Hall is perfect for weddings, anniversary parties, or any occasion. The Twin Cities Event Hall is now accepting bookings, located off Route 119 in Grayston on Neal Road. Find them on Facebook or call 724-541-3683.
Are you thinking about getting vaccinated? Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about the COVID-19 vaccine. The Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania would also like to remind you that COVID-19 vaccines are available for children as young as 6 months. Talk to your doctor, your child's pediatrician, or your pharmacist if you have questions. You can also learn more by visiting vaccines.gov. That's vaccines.gov. Message made possible by the Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania.
To attend a four-year university with an
Welcome back to our S&T Bank broadcast booth, relationship banking, one customer at a time. S&T Bank, member FDIC, and we welcome you to our ITT halftime report. 21-19 Portage Mustangs with the lead, and it's an honor to be joined by Ralph Cesari, the soon-to-be Homer Center School District superintendent for 17 years, the principal at Portage. So I respect you. You still have Portage on, but you do have some black on too. Ralph, talk about what a difficult decision it had to be to take that leap as superintendent and leave a district that you've been involved with for a long time.
Absolutely, it was a tough decision, but coming to Homer Center, I am extremely excited. I have some great relationships back at Portage, but having the opportunity to come and lead a district that is very similar to the district I'm coming from. You see the passion here, the stands, community support. I had a chance to be at the school for the last 3 days. I just see some great things going on there. And despite being a Mustang for 17 years, I'm really excited to be a Wildcat here in the near future.
You know, Coach Slonick, when I interviewed him for the pregame show, had high praise for you and talked about the respect that you have in the district. And he goes, I think he'll still be wearing green. He better be on Friday. So here you are. Hey, I know you did your homework. I heard that you attended the Hoodlebug Festival and you've made multiple trips to Homer City trying to learn more about the greater Homer Center School District community. What motivated you to do that, and then what intrigued you about the position the most?
Well, when I commit to something, I'm all in. and that's my intention. And if I was going to have the opportunity to lead this school district, I wanted to make sure I immersed myself in the school district and the culture. I had a chance to visit all the small towns that make up Center Township. I had a chance to spend some time in Homer City, and I wanted to get out and meet people. I shook a lot of hands. I got to watch the Hoodlebug Parade. When you get me as a district employee, you get all of me. You get everything I have to give, and that's my intention to do so.
Very good. And for the fans listening and watching, we might break away quickly to get the crowning of the homecoming
They're more
queen.
important than I am.
So, Homer Center, as you know, and you've known many of the players at Homer Center through the years, just being in District 6 and nearby Portage. Homer Center's been blessed with some great leadership. Dr. Joseph Markeline was involved when I was on the board. Dr. Charles Corin, of course. Most recently, Kurt Weitzel, who you'll be replacing. I'm sure you want to kind of put your own stamp on things, too. Do you have any immediate goals once you arrive in November?
Well, quite honestly, the first thing I'm going to do is listen. I'm going to do a lot of listening. I'm going to do a lot of observing. Might look like, we see him, but what is he doing? And I want to make sure I learn everything I possibly can. I want to learn students' names. I want to learn how we function as a organization. I want to know what the community expects from its school district. I want to immerse myself completely in the Homer Center culture, and that's going to take some time. And we're not going to do anything earth-shattering right off the get-go. But we'll learn, and what we need to address, we'll address. And if we could find ways to get better, we're not going to be afraid to tackle that.
What about longer term? Ralph, you will be coming from a small school at Portage to another small school here at Homer Center. You've seen a few mergers happening throughout the years, schools consolidating. What is the future, in your opinion, for small schools like Homer Center and Portage? Can they survive, or what is the breaking point?
Well, we are certainly expecting to survive. We're going to do everything we can to give our students the opportunity to learn and grow up in the Homer Center culture and graduate as a Wildcat. That's probably a bigger question for our legislators, but we are going to be as proactive as we can to make sure we are being responsible caretakers of the community's dollars, but we are going to provide the best possible education that we can for our students. And that's not just in the classroom. That includes all the extracurriculars that we're involved in. I myself was involved in a very significant merger. I was a Swissvale Golden Flash, and I became a Woodland Hills Wolverine, which was 5 school districts into 1. So that was quite a shock back in the day. But I don't see any immediate things on the horizon. We'll do the best we can to continue to find traditions here at Homer Center.
Finally, I think I can sneak this in before we pick up the crowning of the Queen. Portage Stadium is one of my favorite places to go and visit as a broadcaster. Your old superintendent over there, Mr. Richard Bertazzoli, had a fabulous game night reputation for cooking 2 or 3 soups, a banquet table of food. Wondering ears and eyes here in the press box and this antiquated space are wondering, what cooking skills will you bring to Homer Center?
Well, I have no cooking skills, so anytime I brought something, it was my wife that brought those items.
Hey, Chris,
special thank you.
Yeah, Jerry, if you can hand this to Chris Garatano. Ralph, thanks for doing this. We can't wait to have you.
I'm honored to be here, and I'm looking forward to some great years.
Are we good?
Yep. We're going to pick up the crowning of the homecoming queen.
The 2022 Homer Center homecoming queen is Alexandra Schmidt. Congratulations, Queen Allie. Would you all please stand for the playing of our alma mater?
All right, we congratulate Allie Schmidt and her. Turned us off here. Her brother was a pretty good. That's Ben's sister, Ward. Okay, so yeah, you remember Ben Schmidt, pretty talented football player.
I do. Yeah.
Just real quickly, we'll close with this. With Ralph Cesari, our halftime guest, 17-year principal at Portage, hired as Homer Center's new superintendent. I believe you'll be officially starting at some point in November, right?
That is correct.
But I wanted to mention, too, you're the District 6 football chairman, and you've been involved with the tournament for a number of years.
I have 17 years as well. I have been running the District 6 football playoffs. That is a hobby of mine. Get to see a lot of great football. We've seen some really talented kids over the years. That's something that I really enjoy doing, being part of the PIAA.
I think I'm not sure if it was more driven by the state tournament, but the reduction to 8 teams in Class A where Portage and Homer Center resides. I thought 12 was too many, frankly, so I'm kind of glad to see it come back to 8. I think it'll be more the way it should be. You have to earn your way in.
We lost the qualifier week, and we had so many schools last year. We had the Williamsburg Juniata Valley, the Conemaugh Valley Ferndale, the Black Lake United, Salzburg River Valley. So when you lose that many single A schools, you're bound to lose a week in the state playoffs. But I'm with you. I think 8 is a fair representation of those schools. Be some very competitive games, and I'm looking forward to that.
All right, Ralph, thanks for doing this. It's been a pleasure having you up here. I know you want to watch the halftime performance of the Homer Center Junior Senior Marching Band. I'm sure we'll get to talk to you a lot more. You'll be a regular. You probably don't know this, but on Todd Marino's Indiana in the Morning program on WCCS, he kind of rotates through all of the school districts, so hopefully you'll be on board with that too. And we welcome you, and we wish you the best between now and then.
Well, anything I can do to promote Homer Center, I'm all in.
All right, Ralph Cesari, everybody, the incoming superintendent at the Homer Center Junior Senior High School. We're going to go to break and come back on our ITT halftime report with radio replays. We'll tell you all about the first half that says Portage 41, Homer Center 21, Portage 21, and Homer Center 19. We'll come back and recap it for you right after this on the Renda Media Football Network.
This is your state representative, Jim Struzzi, and I'm asking for your vote this November. The last couple of years have been something we could never have imagined, and now we're getting back to normal, and nothing is more normal than Friday night football. I want to wish all our area athletes, band members, cheerleaders, and all who participate the best of luck for a safe, successful, and fun-filled season. These games wouldn't happen without the support of the community, and I will continue to work hard for you and your families in Indiana County. Me and my staff wish you good luck, and I'll be rooting for each and every one of you, and I hope that you'll...
Luther Ford, one trusted name, 2 great locations. Right now at Luther Ford, order your new Ford and lock in 2.9% APR financing for 60 months, no matter when your new vehicle comes in. That's right, order your new vehicle now, and your interest rate is locked in even if rates go up. Just stop in today and drive away in your new vehicle from Luther Ford. Luther Ford, 2 great locations, Homer City and Evansburg. Click on lutherford.com.
Their own 45-yard line, got a couple of big Isaac Walensky runs that took the football to Homer Center's 23-yard line. And you're going to hear this name a lot as we recap the first half, Isaac Jabina. And Jabina got the carry on a 1st and goal from Homer Center's 3-yard line. Jabina up the middle is right, and Jabina has a touchdown for the Portage Mustangs. From 3 yards out on a 1st down and goal, the 225-pound fullback plows his way in for his 7th touchdown of the season, and it's 6-0 Portage. Well, the extra point from Andrew Miko was good. It was 7-0, a 10-play, 55-yard drive that took exactly 4 minutes. Ensuing kickoff, it was a squib kick. Homer Center didn't react to it very well. Portage recovered it. Isaac Walensky jumped on the football at the 37-yard line. So Portage, short work of Homer Center, 6 plays, 37 yards. Again, they worked it down to the 3-yard line, and again, they gave it to big number 37. Jabina gets the carry, and he's into the end zone for a Portage Mustang touchdown. Jabina's 2nd, and they are ripping Homer Center to shreds right now, Ward. There's no other way to put it. It's 13-0. Miko's extra point made it 14-0. 6-play, 37-yard drive that took a minute 23. We moved to the second quarter after Homer Center had started a drive at their own 26-yard line. They did pick up a first down. And as we started the second quarter, they were at their own 37-yard line. On a 3rd down and 13, Michael Krajosik hauled in a Cole McAnulty pass for 34 yards to the Portage 32-yard line. Cole McAnulty knocked out of the game in the first half, we think with a head injury. Landon Hill went to work then, a couple of carries, 1 for 10 yards. And then from the 21-yard line, Hill took it the rest of the way. Josik's extra point made it 14-7, 9 plays, 74-yard drive that took 2:52. They picked 4 first downs up along the way. Portage then was pinned in deep in their own territory, starting at their own 11. They lost yardage, and then Smithrow fumbled the football. It was recovered by Homer Center. We couldn't get a spot on who recovered it, but the Wildcats were set up at the Portage 6-yard line. They didn't make it easy on themselves. On first down, they committed a holding penalty that backed them up to the 16-yard line. But on 2nd and goal, they got a 14-yard run from Angelo Alexander that took it down to the 2-yard line. They were backed up to the 3, faced with a 4th down and goal from the 3-yard line. Coming out of a timeout, here's what head coach Greg Page dialed up. Extra point was blocked, but the Wildcats were back in at 14-13 at that point at the 8:38 mark. Back came Portage. Wilinski, 14 yards to Homer Center's 46-yard line. Guess what? They worked it down to the 9-yard line, and one more time they gave it to big number 37 for Portage, the 225-pound, 5'10" senior fullback, Isaac Jabina, yet again. You can't explain it, and it was 21-13 after Miko's 3rd extra point. Homer Center did not do much on their next possession. Portage was pinned on a 38-yard Michael Krajosik punt at their own 3-yard line, and they didn't get anything going. After a Homer Center timeout, they had to punt the football out of their own end zone, and it didn't go well for the green and white.
Mustangs, long snapper or Rabbits, and it's blocked, and it's in the end zone. It's covered by Riley Clevenger for a touchdown. The Wildcats block the punt, and with 90 seconds left in the first half, it's 51-19.
2-point conversion failed, and that's where we were at the break. Since we're ahead of schedule a little bit, let's see if we can pick up a little bit of the Homer Center High School marching band as their halftime performance winds down. Homer Center High School marching band with all of their props out there. Ward, we got to get you out there on one of those
no, you don't.
little teeter-totter thingies.
We don't need to be out on that stuff. That's dangerous.
Our ITT halftime report continues with the stats that shape up the 21-19 Portage lead at the break. Ward, just roll right into them because we are good on our commercial obligations.
Well, for Portage, Jabina, had 13 carries, 49 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Walensky was the big boy. He had 9 rushes, 86 yards. Smithrow, 3 rushes for 74. And Cargo, 2 for 10. 27 carries, 218 yards, and 3 TDs. Rico through the air, 0 for 3. That gives them 30 plays. Portage, 218 yards. Now, Mark, you're always asking me questions. What does that tell you? Those statistics.
0 for 3. I don't think you have to respect the pass that much. 218 yards rushing, I think you can take some chances.
That's exactly what we were talking about in the booth here. I think you got to really start throwing 8 people at them, filling holes that they don't normally have to have filled, and to see if you could stop the run. That was one of the keys, and it hasn't happened. For the Wildcats, Landon Hill, good first half, 16 carries, 83 yards, and a touchdown. Braden Dunn, just 1 carry, -3. Cole McAnally had 3 carries for 1 yard. Michael Joseph, 1 carry, -3. And Angelo Alexander, 5 carries. He had 13. Homer had 26 rushes for 91 yards and a touchdown. Through the year, McAnally was 1 of 3 for 34 yards. Alexander was 2 of 2 for 3 yards. or 5 yards, I'm sorry. A total of, 5 passes, 3 completions, 39 passing yards, 91 rushing yards. Homer had 130 yards on 31 plays. So they've got to improve on that. And defensively, you got to stop the run. That's as simple as you can make it.
Out of town scoreboard. Halftime scores: West Shamokin 21, River Valley winless at 0-5, 14. So they're hanging in there. Purchase Line blanking Marion Center at the break, 14-0. Cambria Heights, where Homer Center travels next week, 42-0 at halftime over United Valley. You know, sometimes during the course of a season, usually by the midway point, you can kind of start to figure things out and say, I think this is going to happen, and you're reasonably close. I didn't think that was going to happen at United Valley tonight. 42-0.
No.
27-7 Penns Manor at Northern Cambria. That doesn't really surprise me. Oh, I forgot our game. I'm supposed to give the score. You're supposed to comment. I blew that. Indiana 27, Kiski area 14 at halftime in the WPIAL. Another District 6 score we're keeping an eye on. Juniata Valley 14, Moshannon Valley nothing. Juniata Valley, the team directly behind Homer Center by 10 points in the standings. So we'll keep an eye on that. Homer Center needs to make something happen, and I think this first possession of the second half is going to be critical for both teams.
Well, and Homer does receive, so if they could generate some type of offense and get down and take the lead, and we'll see what they're going to do defensively, but they've got to make a radical change, I think, Mark. You just can't let the team run all over you like this. It's not typical of a Homer Center defenses.
And enjoyed the interview with Ralph Cesari. Going to be great for Homer Center. Good to have Ralph on board. But we also want to say good luck, best wishes, and thank you for the great job in your tenure to outgoing Superintendent Kurt Weitzel. Today was his last day on the job at Homer Center. He's heading to Bald Eagle, which will be a little closer. I know he's had some family issues with some illness and the like. And he lives in Mount Union. I think he stayed, in the Homer City area for part of the week. But just the travel and that grind, and when you have some illness that you're dealing with, family matters too, that comes first. And Bald Eagle going to be much closer, and he's a great fit for that district. And Kurt, if you're out there listening, thank you for your job and your service to the Homer Center or to the Homer Center School District, I should say. And we wish you the best out at Bald Eagle. And who knows, maybe we'll see him at a playoff basketball game sometime in the future, or a playoff football game.
We've been there, huh?
So we're set for the second half. Homer Center's kick off return team coming out onto the field. A lot can happen to kids after hours and not just on the gridiron. Fevers, falls, bumps, and bruises. If your child or teen needs care and your doctor's office is closed, IRMC at Chestnut Ridge is open. Weekdays and weekends from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Since 2009, IRMC at Chestnut Ridge, Old Route 22 in Blairsville. Get in, get out, get better. A part of the IRMC family. Better health, better life. Our friends at the American Legion got a reminder. Dennis Hoagie cell tomorrow. You going to be able to help me out? I have a busy morning with the homecoming parade. Can you pick mine up? All right, taking care of business on the fly here. Portage kicks off, and Homer Center picks it up at the 19-yard line. It's Braden Dunn. Braden toward the left sideline, and not a lot going on for Braden Dunn, the sophomore. Across the way, let's see if we can pick it up on the kick coverage team. Isaac Walensky, pretty good football player for the Portage Mustangs. Walensky, only a sophomore. He's done it on both sides of the ball and special teams too.
I was just going to say, Mark, one of the things Portage defense, they're not missing tackles. These guys are making good, solid tackles, and it's going to make it even tougher for the Homer offense.
This Wildcat offense averaging only 258 yards a game, down by about 90 from a year ago. And they're just still trying to find themselves, and it's been a rotating merry-go-round of quarterbacks due to injuries, and the sophomore Alexander in there and gives to Hill. Hill backs his way and leans for the 35-yard line for about 5 yards on the second half's first play. On the tackle for the Mustangs or Rabbits.
Initially brought down by
trying to see if I can find
gain of 4, second
Cole
down 6.
McAnally down on the sidelines, and I don't. Oh yeah, there he is. He still has his helmet off, so he's done for the night.
Yep, when you don't have the helmet, you're not coming back. Second down and 5. And the strong snap from Succiarelli, and they hand it off to Hill. Hill bounces it outside to midfield for about 15 more. Maybe just shy of midfield. Braden or Rabbits again on the tackle.
That's more like it, is it not? That's what we're used to seeing with Landon. Getting into that second level and then just making people miss and dragging them with them. And that's a big solid gain. So Homer almost across midfield.
2 runs for 19 yards to the 49. An injury timeout. A Mustang is down, and that appears to be Jeremy Madigan, who's wreaked some havoc defensively for the Mustangs on Homer Center's offense. Hill right up to date now, 102 yards on 18 carries. Quick stats all night long, brought to you by First Commonwealth Bank. Time to be first. 11:13 to play in the third quarter. We'll take a break from Memorial. Well, actually, we're going to keep it here. It's right on, right when I was ready to go to break. Madigan hops up. It looked like maybe it was just a cramp the way they were rubbing, which is unusual on a night like tonight.
He's kind of limping off there. We'll see. He'll be back, I think. Looks pretty healthy.
Our studio engineer tonight, Michael Burdick. Thank you, Michael, for your great work. Michael put in for a PTO day, paid time off next Friday. He has Indiana homecoming, which I think is ridiculous that he leaves us high and dry.
Yeah, come on.
I mean, what's going on this year? Our executive producer, John Smathers, put in for a PTO day. We had to bring Dee Ober across the street. We don't get any PTO time, do we?
Not that I know of.
1st and 10 at the 49-yard line. Offset I. And they give it to Hill. Hill bounces it near side to the Portage 45, and riding roughshod on him from behind is Isaac Walensky.
Brought down by Walensky.
Walensky, that sophomore I talked about, 3rd on their team with 30 tackles. Their leading tackler, I don't know that we've called his name a lot tonight. Left defensive end, Bodie Leo. I can't remember.
No.
Actually, he leads them with 6 TFLs, tackles for losses. Let me see if I can find their leading tackler on my chart. I have so many notes here. Offset I again, and the give to Hill. Hill cuts it up. They try stripping it from him, and a flag comes in late. He gets to the 39-yard line, maybe, yep, just inside the 40. And let's see what this late flag is about.
Late.
Hill.
Oh, my.
Going to be holding on Homer Center.
That was away from the play, too.
We have a replay, Ward, if you want to take a glance behind you. Thanks to John. And, well, not a wide enough shot to get it, but
It was on
well, I'll tell you what, the Portage player right away, if you give it to us one more time, John, at the end of the play, you're going to see the Portage player saying that had to be a hold. And then the flag came. Might have been Leo. See right there.
Yeah, they've been, Portage themselves have gotten away with a couple holds that Denny and I have seen.
They back it up to the original line of scrimmage. So it's 2nd and 10, give to Hill, stiff arms a guy, and gets to the 47-yard line. On the tackle, Luke Scarton, and a player getting up slowly, or Rabbits, what a football game he has had. You know, he's undersized, 5'7", 190, but he has been in on a ton of tackles.
Yes, he has.
Or Rabbits is a name we have called a lot. Under 10 minutes to play, moving clock in the third quarter. The Wildcats trailing by 2, 21-19.
Got Mason Bell running in the backfield.
We located the Mistretta meter, by the way.
I was asked about that.
And the give to Hill. Hill cuts it up, little jump cut inside the 45, looking at him keep the legs churning to about the 42-yard line. Going to be close to a first down.
Near the first down marker.
He had progress past that stick. Let's see if they give it to him. This official is.
Or Rabbits again.
Led by Rabbits.
Well, they.
Wow.
Just short, 4th down and short. For the Wildcats.
4th down and a yard. Football just inside the 42, favoring the left hash. Wide side of the field toward the Wildcat bench where they deploy Michael Krajosic. Dubs up top, and there's the call and the hard cadence. And I don't know what it is that Homer Center does, but boy, they are successful. They pulled Northern Cambria offside 4 times last week. The Colts committed 16 penalties in that football game.
They typically go an early count, take the first snap count, and you get the team defense reading that, and then all of a sudden you bark out another one.
Sidecar to the right is Landon Hill. And Angelo going to keep it. Now he's going to head far sideline trying to get to the corner, and he does, makes a quick move and has good yardage as he turned out. Improvising is Angelo Alexander from the 37-yard line.
That should have been a 3-yard loss.
Yeah.
He turned that into a 7-yard gain.
They're going to put it down at the 30. Across the way, it was Smithrow and some other white jerseys, but it's 2nd down and 3. Clock moving, or actually stopped right now at the 8:44 mark. Riley Clevenger, slot receiver to the right. Wildcats, they have Isaiah Bentz, tight end right. So they go strong right. They give it to Hill. Quick jump cut at the line of scrimmage. Gets them some extra yardage. And a first down to the Portage 25-yard line. Easton Slonick on the tackle. So we're the Wildcats playing some old-fashioned Homer Center football to a degree.
Yeah, they're not doing anything differently, I think, but they're really getting after it offensively with a lot of physicalness now. It's something that we didn't see there in that first half.
So now from the shotgun, it's Alexander handing off to Hill again. Hill
again up the middle.
A few yards off the left side.
On the play.
See who made that tackle, or Rabbits once again. 2nd down and about 7.
Gain of 3.
8 minutes to play here in the third quarter. 21-19. Homer Center trailing but driving. A drive that started at their own 30-yard line. Landon Hill started it with back-to-back runs of 19, and he's done a lot of the heavy lifting. Caleb Palmer, slot to the right. Flanker right is Krajosic, and Alexander going to keep it, and Alexander upended right near the line of scrimmage.
Alexander keeps the ball.
And I think that was Madigan who's back in there that made that tackle, and it will be third down and 7. Young Alexander's not the passing threat that Cole McInally is, so that limits the playbook a little bit more. Not that they don't pass, and he did throw a beautiful pass for a touchdown over a linebacker to Bell. 3rd down and 7. The give to Hill. Hill trying to bounce it outside, and Hill then backs his way inside the 20 down to about the 18-yard line, where it's going to be 4th down and about 2 to go. Looking at our replay monitor in our booth with Oravats once again making the tackle. My goodness, has he been in on a lot, along with the freshman safety, Easton Slonick, the head coach of Marty Slonick. Slonick replacing Owen Gauss, who is out with an injury tonight, the starting free safety. Owen, the nephew of former coach Gary Gauss. 4th down and a deuce, big play. They have 9 players within the line of scrimmage, but they give to Hill, who busts it up the middle, inside the 10 down to about the 7 or 6 yard line. Let's see where they're going to put it down. But it is 1st and goal for Homer Center. This is old time Homer Center smash mouth football with Landon Hill leading the way. It was Slonick again on the tackle.
They've been blitzing, but they've been outguessed. Homer's picking the holes, and Landon's doing a nice job of avoiding the blitz.
1st and goal from the 7. Hand off again to Hill. Jump cut again. Breaks a tackle. Leans for the goal line. Did he get there? No signal from the official yet. I think they're going to put him down. And it is a touchdown. The referee says touchdown, Homer Center. Exactly halfway through this 3rd quarter, the Wildcats, led by Landon Hill, they drive 70 yards and they take their first lead of the game, 25-21.
Just a great power move. He just would not be denied. That's the Landon Hill we're used to watching, and all of a sudden, the offensive line's getting a little push, Mark, and that's all it takes.
They're going to go for 2. Empty backfield with an H-back Mason Bell to the right, twins both ways. They put a man in motion, and they fake it to Hill, and Portage does not take the fake. They smother Angelo Alexander. Portage on the stop for the Mustangs. Prepared for that play.
They were. 2 guys were out there.
All right, but the Wildcats do have the lead as they drive 70 yards on an IRMC High School Sports Night on WCCS. Our digital coverage on the video stream presented by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club. Coming back with a Homer Center kickoff after this on the Renda Media Football Network.
At IRMC, we have all of the necessary pieces in place to perform complex operations, including highly skilled and specially trained surgeons, their support team of experts, and advanced technology like the Da Vinci robotic surgical system. As a result, patients spend less time in the hospital, recover faster, and get treated close to home. So there's no reason to puzzle over where you should get your surgical care. The answer is right here at IRMC.
Every year, we go on a search for great snacks or treats. Children enjoy more than just candy on Halloween. The best sources of calcium are milk, yogurt, and cheese. Kids like us love string cheese because it's tasty and fun to pull, twist, and eat. And parents love string cheese because it's rich in calcium, whatever that is. So give us kids the fun and goodness we are looking for. Make it a very dairy Halloween. A message from Allied Milk Producers.
Center has it teed up, Aiden Bikina. Wildcats have the lead 25-21, and it's a little squib kick, and it's down very quickly by the Portage Mustangs. Jacob Nolan, so the Mustangs will have great field position. Media timeout on the field with 5:59 remaining in the 3rd quarter. It is now the Homer Center Wildcats 25 and the Portage Mustangs 21. And you're listening and watching on an IRMC High School Sports Night on WCCS Renda Digital TV, presented by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club. Back in a minute.
The Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club is making a splash, continuing to grow its membership. The Sportsman's Club features a fishing pond that is well stocked. Inside the club, members can enjoy a game of pool, or how about shuffleboard? What's your favorite team, including the Wildcats and more? The Grayston Coral Sportsman's also has a shooting range and takes pride hosting kid-friendly events. And be sure to check out the nearby Twin Cities Event Hall for your next special occasion. Proud to sponsor the Wildcats, the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, located off Route 119 on Neal Road in Grayston.
Luxembourg's Jewelers, a proud supporter of all the area athletes, would like to wish the best of luck to all the Heritage Conference schools and, of course, the Indiana Little Indians this season. With 2 convenient locations, Luxembourg's Jewelers is the winning choice for gifts of any occasion. Show your school pride with gifts ranging from beautifully logoed coffee mugs, keychains, money clips, water bottles, and more. From the Indiana Mall to downtown Indiana, Kip, Jeff, and the Luxembourg's team wishes everyone an MVP season. Luxembourg's Jewelers is Indiana's jeweler.
For Portage out of the media timeout, trailing for the first time in this football game. They put Walensky in motion, but they hand it off up the middle to the big bull, Jabina. And Jabina from the 43 up to about the 47-yard line. Riley Clevenger and Mason Bell on the stop for Homer Center. That drive for Homer Center, 13 plays, 70 yards, took 5 minutes, 54 seconds, picked up 4 first downs along the way. And Mason Bell on that drive, 11 carries, 68 of the 70 yards. Or I'm sorry, Landon Hill, 11 carries, 68 yards. Quick stats brought to you by First Commonwealth Bank. Overall, Landon, 27 carries, 151 yards. Walensky in motion, but they give to Jabina. He cuts it back into Homer Center territory. And Clevenger trying to strip the ball and tackle him at the same time. He finally gets him to the ground. He hog-tied him at the 34-yard line, but a good gain of 19 yards on that play.
He's a bull. He's just a load to bring down. It was a nice try, though, by Riley trying to get the ball loose. Homer needs a turnover because they just have been unable to stop these guys.
34-yard line, the line of scrimmage for the Mustangs, and a whistle. And a flag from the line judge, and I think procedure, and it will be on the Portage Mustangs. Their offense averaging, like Homer Center, 27.4 points per game. 301 yards of offense is a pretty good number.
That's a very good number. Yeah, again, Homer sitting back. I really would like to see them occasionally shoot some blitzers in there just to confuse the blocking, maybe get these reverses and counters.
Portage's offense, third best in the Heritage Conference. Penns Manor leads at 367 yards. Northern Cambria 319. Portage 301. Homer Center sixth. Give to Jabina. Jabina, jersey tackled by Vinny Taglietti. Probably not a good idea. Romy Dokos helped out. Mason Bell stopped them at the 34-yard line. So a gain of about 4 yards. It'll be second down and 11. We're already approaching the 4-minute mark of this third quarter here on WCCS and Renda Digital TV. Don't forget the big cornhole tournament registration at noon tomorrow at Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club. Walensky in motion, but they give to Jabina. Jabina, a gaping hole off the right side, plows inside the 30 to the 29, where he'll be 5 yards shy of a first down. And Portage operating no huddle here. Moving very quickly.
Well-designed play there. It looked like they're going wide. Jabina cuts inside.
3rd and 5 for the Mustangs. Walensky in motion. Give to Jabina again. Homer Center this time pushes them back. And it'll be 4th down. See if they give them forward progress. Not going to give them much here. So it will be 4th down and 5 to go. No gain on that play. Romy Dokos again. Riley Clevenger coming in with the late assist.
You got to get him out of this comfort
Mason
zone.
Bell, bottom of the pile.
Let's see what they do here.
4th down and 5. Big play for both teams. They put Smithrow in motion and booting to his right and throwing deep downfield, and it is knocked away by Michael Krajosik. Mason Cargo, the intended receiver, and the Wildcat defense holds with 2:55 remaining here in the third quarter.
Goes over on downs for the Wildcats.
And it was Landon Hill that was in on Miko, and they're forcing him to throw before he threw off his back foot marks. That ball kind of floated out there. Gave Krajosik time to cover it. Big stop by Homer Center.
So Landon Hill. You said that was Bell on the pressure, though, right?
Yeah, he came in and put the heat on quarterback. He had hoped to fake everybody out. It did not work.
So just the third possession of this quarter, second for Homer Center. They start at their own 29-yard line with a sidecar to the left of Alexander, and that sidecar gets the football. And that sidecar has put a lot of mileage on the vehicle tonight. That is Landon Hill, who carries up to the 34-yard line. He's going to sleep well tonight on the tackle. Another guy that's going to sleep well tonight is Braden Oravitz. And Oravitz, I can't even guess how many tackles he's been on tonight.
On about every one, it seems. Miko's covering Krajosik one-on-one right out here in front of us.
Gain of 4, second down 6. They fake it to Hill. It's Alexander keeping it, and he can't get by number 50, and number 50 is
on the stop for the Mustangs.
Keaton Truxell, a 5'10", 185-pound senior.
Third down and 5.
Gain of only a yard. It'll be third down and 5. We are approaching the 2-minute mark of this third quarter. Homer Center, the only points of the quarter. They lead 25-21 after trailing by 2 at halftime, 21-19. And there's offside again on Portage. Hands on helmet for number 70,
Amazing.
Jeremy Madigan. And it'll be first down.
That's Homer's best play. It's a 5-yard guarantee.
For a Wildcat first down.
Unbelievable. You know, I didn't think I've ever seen 4 of those in one game like we did last week. We already got 2 here tonight.
They move it up to the 40-yard line. Braden Dunn in there is a slot receiver to the right. Michael Krajosik to the right boundary in front of the Wildcat bench if you're watching at the bottom of your screen. And they give it to Landon Hill. He's tripped up but maintained balance and got out over the 45 to the 46-yard line. On the tackle, Bodie Leo and also Smithrow for the Portage Mustangs. There's Bodie Leo, first time I've called his name.
Yeah, the Landon is just a totally different runner. I don't know what happened, but he is really running like he used to.
Second down, short 5. And to give to Hill. Hill to midfield. Hill to Portage's 47-yard line. Hill punishing running. And I'll tell you what, I think it's a pretty gutty effort. Mason Cargo on the stop, because Landon's not 100%, but man, he is playing his heart out.
He's playing like he's 100%.
Right up to date, Landon with, we'll grab it from Jer here, our statistician.
Running out
25, 30 carries, 168 yards. And there's 31. And 31 takes him to the 40-yard line of Portage.
He'll carry Mustangs with
maybe to the 39. Under a minute.
4 down territory, Mark, and you know, let's give credit. I've been on this line all game, but they're moving.
All right, we're trying to look at the replay here. Good surge from the offensive line, and Luke Scarton came from behind to make that tackle.
Cicerelli downfield blocking. That's what you want to see, that second layer of blocking.
Tight end left is Caleb Palmer. To the right, Mason Bell. Give to Hill. Hill stutter stepping his way through that hole inside the 35 for a first down and more as the quarter is going to come to a close. Tackle made by Jeremy Madigan. Third quarter is in the books. A good one for Homer Center, and they're driving again as we head to the fourth and final quarter. Score at the end of 3. It's Homer Center 25 and the Portage Mustangs 21 on a WCCS IRMC High School Sports Night. Renda Digital TV presented by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club. Wildcats with the lead and driving as we head to the fourth on the Renda Media Football Network.
The Indiana County Technology Center is now accepting enrollment in our adult education programs. The ICTC's adult education programs offer in-demand post-secondary programs tailored to empower student success. From cosmetology to welding and practical nursing, the ICTC has a program for everyone. Indiana County Technology Center, empowering tomorrow's workforce.
Looking for fun for the entire family? White Township Recreation is now the hub for all of your youth and adult recreation programming. Programming is now open online for registration. White Township Rec offers anything from art classes to gymnastics to bowling to boxing, fitness classes, and much, much more. For more information on public skating, including birthday parties and recreation programs, please visit whitetownshiprec.org. That's whitetownshiprec.org. See you at Public Skate, S&T Bank Arena.
Yard line. Homer Center's first play of the fourth quarter with backup quarterback Angelo Alexander under center, feeding it to Landon Hill. And Hill coughed up that football, and I think Portage might have it. I saw it pop out late, or are they going to rule him down? They're going to rule him down, and we'll see if we get a replay here. I thought I saw the football pop out of there. Here we get it in our broadcast booth. And yeah, that ball was out. And the officials, I don't think they spotted it. If it wasn't, it was very close, and we have a Portage Mustang down 2. Some out-of-town scores as we monitor the injury on the field. End of 3, Cambria Heights 56, United Valley nothing. Wildcats at Cambria Heights next Friday night. And getting up is Madigan again. He was injured earlier. Penns Manor undefeated, going to stay that way. 33-14 over Northern Cambria, end of 3. What a job Billy Packer and his staff has done.
They got a juggernaut there. Great ball club, good speed, great defense.
So the Wildcats may be a little bit of a break on that fumble from Hill. They ruled him down, and maybe he was. They are a lot closer than we are. Tight end left is Caleb Palmer on 2nd down and 8. They feed it to Hill. Hill bounces off one would-be tackler, and they gang tackle him and push him back as he gets inside the 30, down to about the 28-yard line.
But a host of Mustangs finally wrestle him down short.
Needless to say, this is a huge drive if Homer can get another score, Mark.
Portage defense, by the way, I mentioned it on the pregame. 188 yards rushing they permit, 53 yards passing, 241 overall. So the Wildcats with the football. Where is the football? I can't see it with the black jerseys in the way. Resting at the 29-yard line. 3rd down and 7. Landon Hill in the backfield to the left of Angelo Alexander, who's looking to pass. He's going to load up and throw deep for Krajosik. He can't get there. And now Angelo is getting up slowly. He was hit when he was releasing the ball. Keep in mind, he's coming off of an injury himself. And it was kind of a below the collarbone type of fracture. So 4th down and 7 to go. Let's see what Greg Page sends in with his team leading 25-21, 10th play of the drive. Quick Stats brought to you by First Commonwealth Bank. Time to be first. They're going to split tight end Caleb Palmer off the line of scrimmage to the right with Krajosik. Near side, Braden Dunn. And Angelo Alexander takes the direct snap, rolls to his right with pressure coming, throws underneath, well short of the intended receiver as he was pressured, and the Wildcats are going to turn it over on downs. So it started promising, but sputtered out. Credit Portage.
Yep, Portage D held. The Wildcats defense has done that a couple of times.
Wildcats were hoping to put some distance between themselves and the Mustangs.
And a big score if they could have made it. So now the defense will be called to the floor again. And 3 and out would be just ideal, would it not?
So Portage at their own 29 with Mason Cargo, or Andrew Biko, the quarterback. They hand it off up the middle to Jabina, and the Wildcats defense that nicely. They've defensed his last couple of maybe 3 runs pretty nicely. On the tackle, it was Vinny Taglietti and Romo Dokos.
Block at middle up. Again, the fullback's the key. You got to stop the fullback. And either offense these guys run, it revolves around the fullback.
2nd down and 9. Good athlete, Mason Cargo, receiver to the right boundary. They give it to Jabina one more time. It's like a pinball machine out there as he bounces off 2 or 3 black jerseys for about 4 yards to the 34-yard line. We are now under 10 minutes. Braden Dunn on the tackle for the Homer Center Wildcats as he came to the right through an opening, and Braden fought off a block from Keaton Truxell and made the tackle.
This is a big stop right here, 3rd down.
3rd down and 5 for the Mustangs. And they deploy Anthony Lawrence, a receiver to the left. Walensky on that inside reverse, and they hand it off. Cargo, 1st down yardage. They had him trapped and couldn't get a handle on him. He got by Jackson Arone. Jackson can't believe he didn't make that tackle.
Eventually with the stop.
That's a play that he could have and probably should have made.
Huddle here.
They go quickly, no huddle from their own 48 or 43. They give to Walensky trying to get to the edge. Jersey tackle. They don't get him on the first attempt, but Mason Bell does tackle him after a short gain up near the 45-yard line. As we approach the 9-minute mark, they're going to put it down, looks like at the 44-yard line. Again, Greg Garanzi, Mookie Wilson, Ed Sutter, the grounds crew here. Memorial Field looks great with all of the hash marks. And we have Madigan going down again.
Cramps, you could tell. He just fell there like a cow out in the field.
Yes, he did. There's a timeout on the field with 8:49 to play in the football game. It's been a good one for Memorial Field. It's Homer Center 25 and the Portage Mustangs 21. Coming back with more Portage possession after this on the Renda Media Football Network.
This is State Senator Joe Pittman, wishing all of our student athletes and their families every success. Friday Night Lights are always exciting, and I recognize how important it is for students to be involved in activities, whether it be in athletics or the performing arts. I salute not only all of our students, but also all who guide them, on and off the gridiron. And I wish all of our hometown teams the best of luck this season.
Completed a pass, right, Ward?
No, and again, that's why you might commit maybe a couple of blitzers there just to get into that backfield.
They give it to Walensky, and Walensky is met after a short gain, and down he goes. Defensively, it was Romy Dokos and Jackson Arone, and it'll limit him to 1 yard. And 3rd down and 8 coming up.
You can see the pattern, Mark. Same pattern all the time, so you've got to hone in on that as a defensive player. You got to be able to read some of that. Yeah, this is
Miko for the season, if he's 0 for 4, 0 for 5, Jared? 0 for 4, so he's 24 of 69, about 35%. 3rd down and 8, and he boots to his left. Caleb Palmer trying to fight off a blocker, and the pass is thrown and incomplete, out of bounds. Intended and caught by Cargo, but he was out of bounds.
Completed but out of bounds.
So it will be 4th down, and let's see what the Mustangs do here as we get a replay on our monitor in the booth, courtesy of John. And he was out of bounds over by the Gatorade jugs.
They're going to go for it. This is a huge turning point in this game. Well, it doesn't be too obvious, Ward. But
unless they try to draw Homer. Now they're going to punt.
He is their punter, too. So
he averages 32 per punt, 8 punts coming in. For Josic, back deep to receive it. He boots to his right, and he looks like he wants to keep it, and he does. And he dives for the lead chain, but he's not even close. I think he lost track of where he was on the football field, and Homer Center is going to take over on downs.
Oh, nice play by Caleb Palmer. He chased him out, got him, and then dove at him there to knock him off balance enough that, boy, Homer's in 4-down territory right now. This is how you want to cap off tonight, by driving and putting in the end zone. I don't know how much Landon Hill has left, though.
How many carries for Landon, Jerry? Our statistician, Jerry Rossi, 34 carries.
Shoes. Braden Dunn's in also, Mark, but he's at a wideout, so Mason Bell's going to be in the lead block position. Good move.
And Angelo Alexander hands it off to Landon Hill. Hill near sideline to the 40 and flung down as a flag flies. We're going to have a 15-yard penalty, I think, unless they call. I think that was a pretty flagrant infraction, but we'll find out unless they give him the 5-yard mark off. We'll see on the replay monitor here, courtesy of John Smathers. Landon Hill coming near side, and let's see, they got a pretty good yank on it there. Bodie Leo spun him around, and that probably will be personal foul variety, I'm thinking.
There it is.
Personal foul, face mask.
Wow.
Mustang.
Thank you, Portage.
If you're a Portage supporter, you are right.
End of the run, it will be enough yards for a Wildcat. First down.
Again, we talked about Mason Bell. Did you see him there? 2 blocks, initial and then downfield. And he sealed off, too. That's what gave Landon that room.
Actually, if you're a Portage supporter, you don't like the face mask penalty.
No, you don't. I wasn't going to correct you because you're rarely wrong.
I caught myself.
Big 25 yards here for the Wildcats.
To the 24-yard line. The give to Hill, 35th carry is to the 20 as a flag comes in, probably going to go back the other way.
Yeah, I believe so. Where that flag went.
Referee Andy Van Hellemond says, I'm going to even things up. You know who Andy Van Hellemond is?
Yeah, the old hockey.
Don Koharski. Penguin hockey, October 13th. Can you believe that? Holding on Homer Center.
From the point of
spot of the foul.
Wow, so that's
just depends on where it happened into the run, obviously. So they back it up. They back it up 10 yards from where it happened, but it sets up first down and about 16 to go from the Portage 31-yard line.
Need a big play on first down here.
Angelo going to boot to his right off of the read option, trying to get to the edge. He does to the 30, to the 25, and out of bounds goes Alexander. Cargo forced him out.
A lot faster than people think, especially me there. He made it to the edge even though it was well defended.
Has those long legs at 6'1", only 142 yards. So we're going to say he stepped out of bounds at the
I don't believe that.
28-yard line.
I thought he made at least 6 on that.
They probably had a replay and we didn't watch it. He didn't have a replay, John says, so we didn't miss it. Second down, 13 to go. And he fakes it to Hill, and he's smothered and tackled in his own backfield by Isaac Walensky, their third leading tackler. So back to the 33-yard line. Time on the clock. You see it if you're watching on Red to Digital TV on the countdown. But on radio, we will tell you there's 6:45 remaining, clock moving, and the Wildcats faced with a third down and 18 to go.
I'd like to see him throw just a quick out here to Krajosik in the flat and let him see what he can do. Missed tackle could get a first down.
Krajosik in the backfield.
Oh.
Hill to the left. Now they send him in motion. And they're going to look and set up a screen, and they get it into the hands of Hill, who slips on the cutback. Portage, Bodie Leo was zoning in on Hill at the 32-yard line, so they gain, after all of that, only 1 yard.
That was set up beautifully, wasn't it? Just
fourth down. Do they run clock and do what they did in the first half, Ford, try to pin them? Maybe take a delay of game penalty, back it up 5 yards, and punt the football.
I think that's what he's thinking of doing.
Greg Page talking it over.
They've had more success defensively, which is good.
Assistant coach Don Mester, Joe Izzy, Tony Arone, and they are running it down. 1 second. There's zeros on the play clock. 2 play clocks here at Memorial Field in the north end zone, and then the new scoreboard, they have one attached this year. Not sure if Reagan, our video camera person upstairs, can get a view of the scoreboard. You will see on the Renda Digital TV side, as we look at it, the play clock. Thank you, Reagan. So they sent out the punt team. Gunner on the right side for Homer Center's Will Jones. Michael Krajosik stands at the 49, and the kick is away, coming near side, and this one out of bounds. He shanked it, so they're going to walk it up the sideline. And Greg Page saying, stop, stop. And there's
Krojosik's punt out of bounds at the 12-yard line.
They're going to say the 12-yard line.
First down and 10.
And we should have a media timeout, and we do. With 5:17 remaining in the football game, should be a fantastic finish on a homecoming night at Memorial Field. Wildcats 25, Mustangs 21. And you're listening on WCCS, watching on Renda Digital TV, presented by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club. Back in a minute.
At Diamond Medical Supply, we're always on your team. No matter your sport, you can count on our support. With braces, bandages, biofreeze, and so much more, all to keep you in the game. We're a winning care solution, no matter what you play. Diamond Medical Supply, keeping you healthy this season because we care about care.
Find your smile again with Evolutions 2 in downtown Indiana, offering hair alternatives and solutions for any lifestyle and need. Build your confidence with a personalized one-on-one consultation with experienced stylist Lisa Hunter, and take the steps to regain your life with one of Evolution 2's many hair solutions available. There is a fit for everyone, from adults to children. So call or find Evolutions 2 on Facebook. Evolutions 2 in downtown Indiana. Find your smile again.
Luther Ford, one trusted name.
Been a workhorse himself tonight for the Mustangs. Cupcake Bentz, Isaac Bentz made that tackle, or Isaiah, I should say. 5th on the team in tackles, and limits him to a 2-yard gain to the 15. Line of scrimmage was the 13 after the 24-yard Krajosic punt. Sidecar right is Jabina. Wilinski in motion, and they give it to Jabina. Cuts it up, has running room. First down yardage to the 25-yard line, maybe the 26, before he's tackled by Mason Bell and Riley Clevenger. But a good gainer there and a good cutback by Jabina. As they go no huddle again. Wingmen right and left, Wilinski in motion, but they give to Jabina. Jabina slants off the left side, a flag flies. This could be holding on the Mustangs. We'll see if we can get a replay and detect anything. Here we go on our replay monitor. And it might have been 58. They're going to back it up, and that hurts the cause if you're a Mustang supporter.
The foul is the 25 from where they're going, so that's going to take them full 10 back. Wildcats defense now with an opportunity to make a stand here, and we're looking at 4:29 on the clock, so they hold now. They have potential to run the thing out, Mark, but that's down the road. We got to see if they can stop them right here.
We'll be heading up the road to Cambria Heights next weekend.
We need a backpack.
Tight end to the right for the Mustangs is Bodie Leo. Wilinski in motion. They fake it to him and looking to pass and firing, and he has his man. Cargo makes a quick move, has a first down over the 35 to the 40-yard line. First completion of the night for Andrew Miko to Mason Cargo. Those two basketball standouts, part of the football team's success. And the big play there to overcome 2nd and long.
Miko throws well. I'm surprised he hasn't passed more. But
now we have a timeout going to be called by Homer Center. Timeouts all night long brought to you by Luxembourg Jewelers. Time to do your holiday shopping? Luxembourg Jewelers is a great place to start, Ward Hilliard, downtown Indiana, and at the Indiana Mall. Coming back with 4:02 remaining in the game. It's 25-21 Wildcats on the Renda Media Football Network.
The Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club is making a splash, continuing to grow its membership. The Sportsman's Club features a fishing pond that is well stocked. Inside the club, members can enjoy a game of pool, or how about shuffleboard? What's your favorite team, including the Wildcats and more? The Grayston Coral Sportsman's also has a shooting range and takes pride hosting kid-friendly events. And be sure to check out the nearby Twin Cities Event Hall for your next special occasion. Proud to sponsor the Wildcats, the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, located off Route 119 on Neal Road in Grayston.
Timeout Homer Center. 1st and 10. They didn't like that first completion from Andrew Miko to Mason Cargo that covered 25 yards. Miko now 1 for 6 tonight. Why did you have to mention, Ward, if you're a Homer Center fan, that he didn't have any completions?
Well, I was just trying to cover the numbers, but...
Jabina, by the way, we've been talking about Landon Hill. He's had a solid night. Jabina now 100 yards rushing on 22 carries. Quick stats all night long as compiled by Jerry Rossai. Brought to you by First Commonwealth Bank. Time to be first. New set of downs out of the timeout for the Mustangs, and they send Walensky in motion, booting to his right. Cargo with pressure coming from Taglietti, trying to get to the edge. He does to the 45 and sneaks his way up as a flag comes in. And going to be a push in the back, I think, on the Portage Mustangs. Is that what you saw, Ward?
Yeah, it was right in front of us here, Mark. And, you watch down below here as we see the replay.
You might not see it. It might be out of view.
Right there was the push.
So that will back them up.
Blocking the back against the Mustangs.
From the spot of the foul. 10 or 15 on this.
10 yards from the
10
spot
yards.
of the foul.
Did I mention Jimmy Sutter earlier? I can't remember. I wanted to.
We did. We
Jimmy,
said hi to
well,
him.
you're getting twice the coverage tonight, Jimmy.
Rocking and rolling here,
I
Jim.
dropped off the program and the lineups and the game notes. So, Jimmy, we wanted to make you feel comfortable. I called Jimmy earlier, and I said, "Are you home?" And boy, did I get a tongue lashing. So where do you think I'm at?
They got to watch Cargo. I think we got matchup down here with Kajosic.
They give it to Walensky, trying to get to the edge. And he gets a couple of blocks, and he hops over the 40 to the 45, and very near to that lead chain as another flag comes in, and this one's going to be on Homer Center for a late hit, and that's going to take them down to about the 35-yard line.
Walensky on the carry.
Well, they blocked Landon Hill out of that play that time, and that's what opened that up.
Here it is on the replay. Let's see on the late hit. Jackson Arone, I think, the guilty party. And Marty Solonic, the head coach, saw that. And personal foul on Homer Center.
Well, that's going to put them in 4-down territory. Not that they weren't, but now the defense is going to have to stop them. The clock will not be an ally now, Mark. It's
they get 1st and 10 for
4 downs, and you got to stop.
37-yard line.
I'd still look for them to start attacking with their linebackers and doing a blitz or two to try to jam this offense up a little bit.
To the Homer Center 37-yard line after that 15-yard mark-off. Walensky again behind the formation. They give it to Jabina. Jabina, good Homer Center defense. It's been a war in the trenches tonight, Ward, both ways. Portage had the upper hand in the first quarter for sure. And they've been slugging it out a lot.
Oh, boy, it has. It's been rough in there. Landon Hill is just going on pure guts. That's the reason he's getting blocked, I'll tell you, Mark. It's, he's having discomfort. It's hard for him to plant his feet and shed those blocks, so he's getting taken out of plays. Normally he would not.
Right tackle for Homer Center's Isaiah Benz. Vinny Taglietti in the trenches. And they snap it unexpectedly to Miko, who boots to his right. Wildcats pursuing, and they force him out of bounds as he approaches the 30-yard line. He does end up gaining about 7 yards. That was dangerous for Portage because Andrew Miko wasn't expecting that snack. Look at the replay. Aiden Bakina giving chase, but he's not going to catch that good athlete. And it's 3rd down and 4 from the Wildcat 30. Wing right is Walensky. In the slot, Smith throws. Walensky, they hand it to him. He's trying to bounce it outside, and the Wildcats can't get him. Diving attempt, they miss. He has a 1st down as he approaches that lead chain. I think he got it. No, maybe not. No, he did not on the far side of the field. It was the yard marker I was looking at, not the lead chain. And he's going to put it down right near the 30 with 2:20 to play.
Landon Hill's limping off. He missed that tackle. And
we have a timeout called by Portage. Timeouts brought to you by Luxembourg Jewelers in downtown Indiana and at the Indiana Mall and online at luxembourgjewelers.com. What a finish we have. 2:22 left on the scoreboard clock. 4th down and 4 could be the ball game when we return. Wildcats clinging to a 25-21 lead on the Renda Media Football Network.
Luther Ford, one trusted name, two great locations. Right now at Luther Ford, order your new Ford and lock in 2.9% APR financing for 60 months, no matter when your new vehicle comes in. That's right, order your new vehicle now and your interest rate is locked in even if rates go up. Just stop in today and drive away in your new vehicle from Luther Ford. Luther Ford, two great locations, Homer City and Evansburg. Click on lutherford.com.
Could be the ball game. 4th down and 4. Motion, Walensky. Miko boots to his right. He has running room. He should be able to pick up this first down easily as he's popped by Mason Bell. But he got the first down with room to spare to the 25-yard line. There was a lot of running room, and
gain of about 6.
They're going to get a new set of downs. They got a big block. I came earlier in the run to spring them. 1st and 10 at the Wildcat 24. And a whistle and a flag. I think we're going to have procedure on the on the Portage Mustangs. For Portage, this will be their 7th penalty for 65 yards. So they match Homer Center in that department. The Wildcats 65 yards in penalties. They've done it on 6 penalties.
Yeah, Homer needs to stop on first down. No gain at all here, if it's at all possible.
Under 2 minutes to play in the game. 25-21 Homer Center. They have the only points of the second half. Portage trying to sting Homer Center late here. 1st and 15 from the Wildcat 29. Smithrow wing right. Walensky comes near side, but Miko going to boot to his left and throw an out pattern wide open. It's hauled in and caught on the far side of the field. A lot of cushion there for Cargo, and they pick up 11 yards to the Wildcat.
2nd down and 4.
Let's see where they mark it down at about the 18-yard line. So it's 2nd down and 4. Portage has 2 timeouts remaining. And we have a whistle. And let's see, referee coming in. They're going to back it up maybe to the 19-yard line. Is that what they're doing?
That's all they did was move it a little bit.
Not much. Miko with Jabina, the pistol back. Wings both ways. Miko sends a man in motion, but hands to Jabina. Jabina down to about the 10-yard line. And another first down as we move inside of a minute. Field goal does Portage no good. And we have a timeout on the field called by the Portage Mustangs. They have 1 remaining. Indiana Regional Medical Center on High School Sports Tonight on WCCS, Renda Digital TV, presented by the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club. Portage Mustangs 9 yards away from taking the lead and probably snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. We'll see if they can finish the mission when we return on the Renda Media Football Network.
Are you thinking of getting vaccinated? Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about the COVID-19 vaccine. The Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania would like to remind you that COVID-19 vaccines are available for children as young as 6 months. Talk to your doctor, your child's pediatrician, or your pharmacist if you have questions. You can also learn more by visiting vaccines.gov. That's vaccines.gov. Message made possible by the Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania.
25-21 Homer Center with the lead. Portage 1st and goal at the Wildcat 9. To their credit, they've driven from their own 13-yard line, Ward Hilliard.
Yeah, it's been a good drive. They had the break of a couple penalties, but they kept on pursuing. And I'll tell you, it's the pass play that's got them there.
Miko put Smithrow in motion, but they hand it off to the big bull fullback, and that is Jabina breaking a tackle down toward the goal line. And did he get in?
Breaking tackles. He's down inside the 2.
He's inside the 2-yard line. Clock continuing to run. Player getting up slowly is Luke Scarton, left tackle, but they hustle to the line. And a whistle and a timeout going to be called with 30 seconds on the clock by Homer Center.
Timeout, Homer
And
Center.
Portage is knocking on touchdown door at the Wildcat 1-yard line is where the football is. We will keep it here. Jackson Arone and Will Jones, those two smaller D-backs, had to wrestle down Jabina as we looked at it on our replay in the booth. Our S&T Bank broadcast booth, relationship banking, one customer at a time. We thank S&T Bank for their coverage across the Renda Media Football Network. Don't forget, tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock on Renda Digital TV, we will have the IUP Homecoming Parade with Jake Slobotnik as the MC. Coverage from 9th and Philadelphia streets. Just look for the link on Renda Digital TV to the parade coverage. You can log on to any of our websites. You'll find the broadcast link for the parade. And then at 1:30, Miller Stadium, what a game that should be. Unbeaten Slippery Rock at IUP. 1:30 airtime. You know, Ward, I don't think we mentioned, I guess we did, the passing of Frank Signetti. What a legend he was.
Yeah, he was definitely a legend.
NCAA Football Hall of Famer. Here we go, 30 seconds to go. Portage trying to finish off an 87-yard drive. Jabina has all 3 of their touchdowns. They hand it to him off the left side, untouched. Portage Mustangs grab the lead with 26 seconds left in the game. It's 27-25, Jabina's 4th touchdown of the night. That was very, very well done. Portage driving 87 yards.
Yeah, gotta give them credit. They just converted everything they had to do, especially those 2 big pass plays. Homer had yardage advantage there, but they picked up something like 18 on one of those. That was the big difference. They're going for, no, they're just going to kick.
Out of the hold of Easton Slonick, the freshman. Miko trying to go 4 for 4. And the snap is put down and the kick is up. Really doesn't matter because the Wildcats will need something electrifying. Down by 3, 28-25, but Miko is 4 for 4. And for the season now, 17 of 20. Going to be another. Wildcats have had a couple of stinging losses, haven't they?
Yeah, they sure have. And this one maybe hurts the most. They've had opportunities to shut it down.
Second half played, pretty good football until that last
drive.
Yep.
Miko connecting with Cargo a couple times, and that was the story.
Luther Ford drive summary, 14 plays, 87 yards, took 4 minutes, 51 seconds, 5 first downs along the way. Well, Homer Center does have a game breaker in Michael Krajosik. If they could somehow get the ball into his hands, I'm sure Portage is going to squib this kid.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do, Mark. They're going to kick it along the ground, force Homer Center to pick it up, breaks down your protection on your return.
Next week at Cambria Heights. Doesn't get any easier, does it?
No. Tall order. That was a game, you figured you'd like to go in there 4-2.
Well, from the district playoff standings, we talked how important this game was for both teams. And it looks like Portage is going to come out of here with the upper hand and jump Homer Center. Jabina to kick off, and it is a squibber taken by Mason Bell, who flips it to Krajosik. Krajosik tackled by Bodie Leo guess who? Oravats. Again, what a night that kid has had. And the Wildcats with 22 seconds left will have the football.
You saw what I talked about. They are short tacklers. That was a short tackle. There wasn't any chance for Michael to break that one.
Greg Page will join us on our post-game show. 22 seconds remaining. The Wildcats will start at their own 35-yard line. Well, if you have a 65-yard play in your playbook.
Think they're a little deep?
Yeah, that's the way you defend it, isn't it? And Braden Dunn wanted the football. They throw out in the flat, and it's incomplete. Braden, you can just see him near side saying, just get it to me in space.
Yeah, you had just one man out there to cover, and he's got a blocker. You don't know.
Just flip it out here. Yeah.
A missed tackle. And
probably going to get to midfield if they can get it to him. And instead, they're going to throw to Krajosic. Far sideline, out of bounds, 10 yards, but seconds off the clock, down to 12 seconds. Got one timeout remaining. It's going to be a gain of 8. Third down, and 2 doesn't matter.
It's short side of the field, too, so he really doesn't have any room to maneuver. This is the wide side near us.
They're uncovered. I don't know why you wouldn't throw near side here. And they're looking weak side, and it's batted down at the line of scrimmage.
They're going the same pattern. Portage is playing it.
Braden Dunn just begging for the football. Why wouldn't you throw the football uncovered? 8.9 seconds remaining. It's 4th down, 2 here for Homer Center. 4th down. And it is Alexander throwing, and it's caught by Casey Harper. 2 seconds, 1 second. And now your only hope is to heave it for the end zone, but I don't think Angelo Alexander has that kind of arm.
I don't either.
That'll help, though. Personal foul on Portage for roughing the passer. So he probably has that kind of arm.
15 yards from the end of the play.
Well, he threw pretty well on that one deep pass that was too far for Krajosic.
So, roughing the passer takes it from the 46, should take it to the 31 if my math is right? So they march it.
That's where they put it.
So now you need good pass protection. You have a timeout if you want it.
28
Timeout called by Portage. Well, this looks familiar, only in reverse. From a couple of weeks ago when Wes Shamokin was here, although the line of scrimmage was the 49 when Lou Schwartz heaved it down the field. But it does look similar, and I doubt that John has the Notre Dame defense on cue against California a couple of weeks ago. 31 seconds left with 1.7 seconds remaining. You might remember that Notre Dame had 3 lined up along the goal line, 4 across the 5-yard line.
And they had 4 up on the line, and the rest were deep covering.
So
that middle is open at all. You try to get your probably Krajosic the ball in the middle and see if he can make some magic happen.
Yeah, you might be in a situation where you need a couple laterals and just to keep it going, keep it alive. Or if you can get good protection, just heave it for the end zone. Here it is, Ward, by the way. Again, we looked at this last week. We'll see if Portage comes out in something similar. If you're watching on Renda Digital TV, you see the arrows of the 3 Notre Dame defenders at the goal line, 4 across the 5-yard line, and the ball was at the 35-yard line for California. Very similar. It's at the 31, and Portage with 4 deep inside the 10-yard line.
Riley Clevenger is going to take the snap, Mark.
So we'll see. And Angelo Alexander, a receiver, and heaving it downfield and deflected and knocked away by Mason Cargo. Incomplete. Game over. Good effort by Riley Clevenger, but at the goal line, jump ball, It's incomplete. We look on our replay monitor. Riley threw a pretty good ball for the taller Angelo Alexander, so good strategy for Homer Center, but good play by Portage. They had people stacked at the goal line waiting for that, and a very disappointing loss, Ward Hilliard, for Homer Center. They dropped to an even more disappointing 3-3.
Well, they've got to figure out something to do with the defense. So, they played better in the second half, but we got run all over the place in the first half, and that just shouldn't happen more. You got to change up some things if something isn't working, and I really think they need to attack more, meaning blitz. Jam these running games. That's all Portage did the first half. No completions at all. Yep. Force them to make those plays.
Boy, the first completion was a big one on 1st and long. 25 yards to Travis Cargo from Andrew Miko. And they went on to score on that 14-play, 87-yard drive. So a disappointing, stinging loss for the Homer Center Wildcats. And they're going to be staring up the barrel of a very good Cambria Heights Highlanders team they are rolling. They've won 5 games in a row. And they mercy ruled United Valley tonight. Final score here from Memorial Field. The Portage Mustangs win it 28-25 over the Homer Center Wildcats. Our first Commonwealth Bank postgame show is next. We'll kick it off with radio replays on the other side of the break right here on the Renda Media Football Network.
Every year, we go on a search for great snacks or treats. Children enjoy more than just candy on Halloween. The best sources of calcium are milk, yogurt, and cheese. Kids like us love string cheese because it's tasty and fun to pull, twist, and eat. And parents love string cheese because it's rich in calcium, whatever that is. So give us kids the fun and goodness we are looking for. Make it a very dairy Halloween. A message from Allied Milk Producers.
At IRMC, we have all of the necessary pieces in place to perform complex operations, including highly skilled and specially trained surgeons, their support team of experts, and advanced technology like the Da Vinci robotic surgical system. As a result, patients spend less time in the hospital, recover faster, and get treated close to home. So there's no reason to puzzle over where you should get your surgical care. The answer is right here at IRMC.
This is your state representative, Jim Struzzi, and I'm asking for your vote this November. The last couple of years have been something we could never have imagined, and now we are getting back to normal, and nothing is more normal than Friday night football. I want to wish all our area athletes, band members, cheerleaders, and all who participate the best of luck for a safe, successful, and fun-filled season. These games wouldn't happen without the support of the community, and I will continue to work hard for you and your families in Indiana County. Me and my staff wish you good luck, and I'll be rooting for each and every one of you, and I hope that you'll be rooting for me this November.
The Indiana County Technology Center is now accepting enrollment in our adult education programs. The ICTC's adult education programs offer in-demand post-secondary programs tailored to empower student success. From cosmetology to welding and practical nursing, the ICTC has a program for everyone. Indiana County Technology Center, empowering tomorrow's workforce.
Hi, my name is London, and this is the bus that I take to school every day. We have a really fun bus driver, and guess what? Smith Bus Company is hiring new bus drivers.
That's right, London. Smith Bus Company is hiring positions for full and part-time drivers and driver's assistants. They provide transportation for 5 area school districts, and they're proud of the work they do. Apply now at smithbusco.com, an equal opportunity employer.
Every year, we go.
You won this year's chili cook-off. Our girls played in the softball finals last spring. You're not just another policyholder to us. We remember your name. Hi, Cheryl.
He remembered my name.
Because it's your name. That's simple human sense. Jeff, Mary, Dan, Sarah.
Off on the radio replays until we are able to send it down to Ward. A thrilling victory for the Portage Mustangs, 28-25. They jumped out in front in this football game to a 14-0 lead after one just dominating play. And Homer Center then responded, putting 19 points on the board in the second quarter. Portage had one touchdown. It was 21-19 Portage at the half, and the teams traded touchdowns in the second half, but the most important one was the one that occurred with just seconds remaining in the game, and Portage won it. Actually, 26 seconds left in the game. Just waiting for Marty Slonick to break free from a print reporter. Greg Page will be joining us up here in the broadcast booth. We'll give you some out-of-town scores while we wait. Purchase Line defeated Marion Center 20-7. Cambria Heights 56-0 over United Valley. And Ward Hilliard is standing by now with Coach Marty Slonick of the Portage Mustangs. Let's see, I guess he's going to be back. Ward, he just jogged away from you. So just tending to something on the far sideline, and we'll get right back down to Ward, and the coach is hustling back out in his third season, heading up this program now with an overall record of 16-9. All right, here we go with Ward Hilliard and Coach Marty Slonick.
I'm here with head coach Marty Slonick, and first off, welcome to the Heritage Conference, and wow, what a rock'em sock'em entry you had here at Homer Center.
Oh yeah, I mean, we knew, we've been here before. I love coming here. I mean, we've won here, we've lost here, but it's just, I love the excitement in the community, the crowd coming in here, people out on their porches, homecoming. I mean, it's just a great, single A Western Pennsylvania football setting, and that's what it's all about.
Well, it's great to have Portage in the conference. You guys are going to make it a better conference, certainly a more competitive one. We saw that here tonight. Terrific ground game you had going.
Yeah, I mean, we just try to mix it up and look at some things and call what's there, and whoever gets the ball gets the ball. We're a bunch of unselfish guys. They don't care who scores. They're not about individual stuff. And they communicate with us, and they just keep getting better every week of telling us what they're seeing and working, and it's really nice.
It is. Miko to Cargo came through big time for you in that fourth period. Really seemed to keep that drive going and allowed you to win the ball game.
Yeah, I mean, Mason Cargo's a warrior. He's got a little bit of a bum wheel, but he just keeps playing. He's willing to do anything, and you know what? He's a winner. He's won back-to-back district titles, him and Andrew both, along with some other kids in basketball, and they just know what it takes. I mean, there's no holding him down, and he's going to fight to the end, and there's just, when you get that winning attitude, and it's tough to knock out of a kid, and he showed it tonight.
Yeah, you played terrific defense. I mean, Homer got a couple of drives on you, but by and large, you guys were able to pretty much bottle them up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There were some where we're getting gashed, but credit to them because, it was cat and mouse. Like we would do something, then they would adjust, and we would adjust, and then they would go back. And on both sides of the ball, I mean, I feel like I just took the SATs with my left and my right hand. And that's just a credit to them and their coaching staff. And Coach Page is someone I look up to, and I respect a whole lot.
Well, Coach, wish you well the rest of the season. I'm sure you're going to be in the playoffs, so we may run into you again, and that would be nice. Overall, congratulations on a big win, and thank you for taking the time.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. And thank you guys for what you do. This is special. It's awesome.
Thank you. Coach Marty Slonick.
All right, Ward, thank you very much. And we're going to roll on our first Commonwealth Bank post-game show. We will come back with either Greg Page or radio replays, one of the two, depending if the coach joins us. We won't keep him waiting. If he isn't here, we'll go with radio replays as the first Commonwealth Bank post-game show continues. Come from behind victory as it turned out for the Portage Mustangs. They're now 4-2. Homer Center drops to 3-3, 28-25, the final score on the Renda Media Football Network. Presented by Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club on Renda Digital TV and IRMC and First Commonwealth Bank on WCCS. Back to the broadcast booth after this on the Renda Media Football Network.
The Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club is making a splash, continuing to grow its membership. The Sportsman's Club features a fishing pond that is well stocked. Inside the club, members can enjoy a game of pool, or how about shuffleboard, What's your favorite team, including the Wildcats and more? The Grayston Coral Sportsman's also has a shooting range and takes pride hosting kid-friendly events.
Business happens here, and here, and here. At First Commonwealth, we believe that to be the best bank for the businesses that create strong communities, we need to understand the way they work, see their companies firsthand, meet them face to face, and build a relationship so we can help them build their business.
The Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club is making a splash, continuing to grow its membership. The Sportsman's Club features a fishing pond that is well stocked. Inside the club, members can enjoy a game of pool, or how about shuffleboard? What's your favorite team, including the Wildcats and more? The Grayston Coral Sportsman's also has a shooting range and takes pride hosting kid-friendly events. And be sure to check out the nearby Twin Cities Event Hall for your next special occasion. Proud to sponsor the Wildcats, the Grayston Coral Sportsman's Club, located off Route 119 on Neal Road in Grayston.
Recently voted Best Landscaping Company in Indiana County, Johnston Nursery Landscaping has been serving the area since 2002 in all phases of landscaping. J&L's primary focus is year-round property maintenance, driveway seal coating, excavation, and wholesale and retail Christmas tree sales. Let J&L take away the hassle of fall leaf cleanup and also help with those fall landscaping projects. It's a great time of year to work on those beautiful home projects. Check them out on Facebook, Johnston Nursery Landscape.
I don't need this.
Homecoming loss tonight for Homer Center, 28-25. Did some good things, but not enough good things. And head coach Greg Page joining us in our broadcast booth on the First Commonwealth Bank postgame show. Coach, they put one on you in the final drive, to their credit, 87 yards right down the field, and scored with 26 seconds left on the clock. You just couldn't stop them when it counted most.
No, and we stopped them since probably the early or mid-second quarter. We're driving to go for a two-score lead. We get a hold. They go 87 yards. We helped them with 15 yards, and it's just, you just can't do those things. I mean, credit to them. They didn't give up. They used their fullback, which I thought they would. They hurt us with the jet early on, which shouldn't happen as much as it did. But those are the things that happen. I mean, they prepared well. Both teams played hard. I thought at times up front we played a lot better. We're a little bit limited. We get the injury, another quarterback injury, so it's been tough.
The revolving door at quarterback because of the injuries. Angelo Alexander gets cleared, and I said to you yesterday when we did the pregame scrum that if you need him, would he play? And you said, yeah, he got cleared, so he can play, and you're probably hoping maybe you don't need him, but talk about what happened with your starter, Cole McAnally.
I don't want to get too personal with it, but he said he was having some issues with his head and everything like that. So we go through the trainer and everything, and we just abide by that. And I want him to, I want him to feel better and get comfortable.
Absolutely.
Angelo. I mean, 4 weeks off, I think, and then 2 days, but he's a warrior. He came in, he made some plays for us, but it's tough. I mean, obviously he didn't get the reps that he would have gotten over the last several weeks, but he still put us in a position to win the game. game.
Well, they came out and really dominated the first quarter, didn't they? You had problems controlling the edge, and they exploited it. At the end, it was Javina on a couple of short touchdown runs, but it was really the sweeps, then getting outside and getting you outmanned again that got you in a hole.
Yeah, it did. And it's one of those things, it's a staple in their offense. But, you have to have people that are willing to come up and make contact and not let a guy get to the edge. And it just didn't happen consistently enough until we were able to adjust.
Well, you adjusted, put 19 on the board in the second quarter. Block punt, was that something you saw on film? Because that got you within a point when... I'm not sure who blocked, or that came later, didn't it? Yeah, that was actually the third touchdown of the quarter on the block punt. Let me backtrack because a big pass play from Cole McAnulty to Krajosic set you up in the first part of the second quarter. And Landon Hill, what a night he had tonight, 197 yards rushing for Landon on, 25. I don't even know if Jerry has it totaled up here, but it looks like about 35 carries or so for Landon.
Probably more than we wanted to, but he wanted the ball, and he's been banged up a little bit too. But he gutted it out tonight. For the most part, we got a good effort up front. There's times when we needed a big play, and they brought pressure, and we have to be able to handle it. But both of those groups with Landon in our line, it was good to see that get going again. But again, we're moving the ball down. We're up 25-21. Punch it in, but we can't. We get pushed back.
How about the pass Angelo Alexander made to Mason Bell? Had to loft it over a defender, and it was perfectly thrown on a fourth down and goal that got you within that point.
It was a great read. And again, he doesn't have a lot of reps, but he noticed the kid. It's a play where we like to do a little cross there. And I didn't even see it. I got blocked, and I heard the crowd, and I saw him loft the ball enough over the defender, but with enough zip to get it to Mason, who made a nice play.
Yeah, and then the block punt. Isaiah Bentz broke through, blocked it. Riley Clevenger recovered it. Was that something you saw maybe on film or not?
Yeah, and we work a lot on the special teams in that regard. I mean, the punt return is something we have some different calls, and we thought, hey, why not try to go after it there? It's most of our first defense. They penetrated, and I thought they were a little deliberate. So we had the time to get in there and block. It was a great play, great feeling.
Old-fashioned Homer Center football to start the second quarter. You just basically rammed it down their throats. 70-yard drive on, was it? It
was third quarter, right?
Yeah, where am I at? Yeah, I'm on the wrong side here.
Yeah.
Third quarter. But 70-yard drive, it took 6 minutes. I think I have the wrong number of plays here, but Landon scored on a 7-yard touchdown run. He had 67 of the 70 yards on that drive, and you really had things going.
We did, and then we were making some stops. Not that they didn't move the ball, anymore in the second half. We were putting them in difficult situations, getting the ball back, and just trying to get that one drive and trying to go big, with our front, because again we got the young fella in there, and we're trying to, there wasn't a lot that we were able to work on with him, and again, you can't make mistakes. Good teams are going to take advantage of mistakes, and they did that.
When they were having their way on the outside with some of those runs and no success with the passing game and not really even attempting many passes, did you begin to take more chances as the game unfolded with maybe bringing some backers?
We switched our alignment to where we were a little more balanced, and we had a little more, we're going to say, numbers on the edge. And we took a chance with that because that can leave you vulnerable in the middle. And we had to do it. We slowed that down. And then at the time, we were still kind of slowing down Jabina, too. He's a load once he gets going. And I was hoping he'd get worn down, but he didn't. He had enough at the end there to bounce off us and get the winning score.
Great one for them to win, tough one for you to lose, as we start to look at the District 6 playoff rankings. And, boy, you got a tough one up the highway, up on the mountain next week, 56-0. Cambria Heights really been rolling, 5 wins in a row for them.
We can't look anywhere close to district playoffs because we have to look at what's in front of us. It's one of those things. We knew it was going to be a tough conference. We can feel sorry for ourselves about the way things have gone and some of our situations, but that's not going to. No one else cares about that. I told our guys, I said, I'll be there Monday. We'll be there Sunday night. I said, if those guys want to come up and watch some film with the coaches and put whatever extra time we need to in, I'm willing to do that. I mean, there's still things in front of us that can be accomplished, and that does involve the districts, but we have to go one game at a time. We have too many people chirping, hey, if we can win these games, and we got to win the one in front of us, and we didn't do that tonight.
Coach, difficult circumstances. Second time in a row here at Memorial Field, a loss in the last seconds. I know it's stinging, but I know you also bounce back. Thanks for doing this.
Thank you guys very much.
Head coach Greg Page on our first Commonwealth Bank postgame show. We'll come back with radio replays when we return on the Renda Media Football Network. Final score, Portage wins at 28-25. Radio replays and a look at the stats, and we'll say goodnight after this on the Renda Media Football Network.
The Twin Cities Event Hall is the perfect place to host your next special occasion. The event hall, located on the grounds of the Greyston Coral Sportsman's Club, features an air-conditioned banquet room that comfortably seats 200, a beverage bar, a stage and refurbished hardwood dance floor, and a brand new kitchen that is caterer-friendly. The Twin Cities Event Hall is perfect for weddings, anniversary parties, or any occasion. The Twin Cities Event Hall is now accepting bookings, located off Route 119 in Greyston on Neal Road. Find them on Facebook or call 724-541-3683.
Every year, we go on a search for great snacks or treats. Children enjoy more than just candy on Halloween. The best sources of calcium are milk, yogurt, and cheese. Kids like us love string cheese because it's tasty and fun to pull, twist, and eat. And parents love string cheese because it's rich in calcium, whatever that is. So give us kids the fun and goodness we are looking for. Make it a very dairy Halloween. A message from Allied Milk Producers.
When your vehicle needs tended to, take it to Baroni's Auto Care. Baroni's Auto Care inspects, does minor repairs including brakes and exhausts, as well as oil changes and tune-ups. And if you're looking for tires, Baroni's Auto Care sells all brands. Baroni's Auto Care is currently accepting new customers. So when your vehicle needs inspected or repaired, take it to Baroni's Auto Care right off Route 56. Look for the sign in Brush Valley.
Homer City American Legion Post 493, a longtime backer of Homer Center Athletics, is pleased to be a part of today's broadcast and wishes the best of luck to the Homer Center Wildcats this season. Homer City American Legion Post 493 has served Homer City and our veterans for more than half a century. They are a staple of the community and believe in giving back. So have fun today, teams. Represent your communities well. From your friends at the Homer City American Legion Post 493.
Business happens here, and here, and here. At First Commonwealth, we believe that to be the best bank for the businesses that create strong communities, we need to understand the way they work, see their companies firsthand, meet them face to face, and build a relationship so we can help them build their business.
All right, we welcome you back. 28-25, Portage wins it. Let's recap it for you here on WCCS and Renda Digital TV. Portage scored twice in the first quarter. They actually dominated play. Homer Center had trouble containing the outside rush, gave up a 10-play, 55-yard drive that took 4 minutes as Portage scored at the 2:48 mark of the first quarter on a 3-yard Isaac Jabina touchdown run, his first of 4 on the night for the Mustangs. The ensuing kick, it was a squib kick. Homer Center didn't react to it, and Portage's Isaac Walensky recovered it at the Homer Center 37-yard line, and 6 plays later, Jabina again on a 3-yard run. Miko's extra points made it 14-0 at the end of the first quarter. But Homer Center got a drive going in the latter stages of the first quarter, starting at their own 26-yard line. They drove the football 74 yards on 9 plays. In the opening moments of the second quarter, a 3rd and 13 pass hookup from Cole McAnulty, who was knocked out of the game again for Homer Center, their quarterback. It's been a revolving door due to injuries, but he hit Michael Krajosik for a 34-yard pass, carried the football to the Portage 32-yard line. Landon Hill took over from there. A 10-yard run to the Portage 21-yard line, and the talented junior got Homer Center on the board on this play. Give to Hill into the secondary. 15-10 toward the right sideline to the pylon. Touchdown, Homer Center Wildcats. Landon Hill from 21 yards out. It was set up by the 34-yard pass to Krajosic, and Hill did the rest of the heavy lifting, didn't he? It's 14-6 with 10:19 to play in the half. Michael Krajosic's extra point made it 14-7. Portage didn't field the kickoff, went back toward the goal line, returned it out to the 11, and then compounding things, Smithrow fumbled it. It was recovered by Homer Center at the Portage 6-yard line. Wildcats didn't help themselves. They committed a holding penalty on first down that backed them up to the 16-yard line. Second and goal run from the 16. Angelo Alexander, the backup quarterback who was pressed into duty, coming off of injury himself, was just cleared on Wednesday. 14-yard run to the Portage 2. They lost a yard. They were faced with 4th down and 3 out of the timeout. Angelo Alexander's first touchdown pass of his career. And Angelo Alexander looking to pass, throwing an out pattern, and it's over top the defender into the hands of Mason Bell for the touchdown. Perfectly thrown by Angelo Alexander, the first touchdown pass of his career. Hopefully the first of many. And the Wildcats have stormed back in it. It's 14-13. They convert a 4th and goal play from the 3. Extra point from Krajosic was blocked, but we had a 1-point Portage lead. They started at their own 40. 3 plays, 60 yards. They got down to the 9-yard line on the first 2 plays. On first and goal, Isaac Jabina once again. And there's Jabina, not stymied at all. 9 yards, virtually untouched. And it is 20-13. Homer Center, poor defense. But credit Portage, their offense is operating the same offense that was held to 14 points last week against United Valley.
Can't explain this.
Homer Center then trailed 21-13, taking over at the 8:04 mark. They stalled on a drive. A sack hurt their cause. They punted, 38-yard punt from Krajosic, out of bounds at the 3-yard line. Portage didn't get anything going. They had to punt out of their own end zone. 2-point conversion failed. That's where we were at the half. So we headed to the third quarter. Homer Center received the second half kickoff. They went on an impressive drive covering 70 yards. Hill, a couple of runs on the first 2 plays of the drive for 19 yards to the Homer Center 49-yard line. They worked it down inside the 10, had a first down and goal from the 7, and Landon Hill, who had a huge night, added on to that night on this play. And off again to Hill. Jump cut again. Breaks a tackle. Leans for the goal line. Did he get there? No signal from the official yet. I think they're going to put him down. And it is a touchdown. The referee says touchdown, Homer Center. Exactly halfway through this third quarter, the Wildcats, led by Landon Hill, they drive 70 yards and they take their first lead of the game, 25-21. Again, the 2-point conversion failed, but the Wildcats, as was just mentioned, led 25-19, and their defense stepped up and played some good football. Portage, on a 4th down play at the Homer Center 29, had a pass breakup by Michael Krajosic that ended a drive, and then a fake punt from Andrew Miko. Caleb Palmer tackled Miko well short of the lead chain. Homer Center had an opportunity at the Portage 47-yard line and ended up stalling and had to punt it away. So with 5:17 remaining, Portage starting at their own 13-yard line. First completion of the night on a 1st and long after a penalty. 25 yards from Miko to Travis Cargo to the, Mason Cargo to the 40-yard line of Portage, and they methodically worked it down the field. A late hit penalty on Homer Center advanced it 15 more to the 37. They got it down on a big Jabina run inside the 10. And then Jabina, 8 yards to the Wildcat 1-yard line after a timeout with less than 30 seconds on the game clock. His 4th touchdown of the night proved to be the difference for the Portage Mustangs, Isaac Jabina, on this play. Here we go, 30 seconds to go. Portage trying to finish off an 87-yard drive. Jabina has all 3 of their touchdowns. They hand it to him off the left side, untouched. Portage Mustangs grab the lead with 26 seconds left in the game. It's 27-25, Jabina's 4th touchdown of the night. That was very, very well done. Portage driving 87 yards. They did it on 14 plays. They picked up 5 first downs along the way, and the Wildcats got the ball, actually completed a pass, got to the 31-yard line because of a roughing the passer penalty. So with 1.7 seconds left on the clock, they put Riley Clevenger in the shotgun and lined up the 6'2" backup quarterback Angelo Alexander as a receiver. Portage had 7 men back at the goal line, and they executed it pretty well, but the jump ball was knocked away by Cargo, and we had a final score of 28-25. We're going to give you the stats very quickly for Homer Center. It was Landon Hill rushing for 197 yards on 36 carries, and Homer Center overall rushing yardage in this football game, 51 rushes for 211 yards. So talk about doing the bulk of the work. Hill did that, scoring 2 touchdowns. Passing game combined, McAnulty was 1 of 3 for 34 yards. Alexander 5 of 9 for 25 and a touchdown. So all told, Homer Center 63 plays, 239 yards in total offense. For the Portage Mustangs, Isaac Jabina, 4 touchdowns. He rushed 25 times for 118 yards. 100 yards rushing for Isaac Walensky, so they had 2 over the century mark. They rushed 49 times for 331 yards and 4 touchdowns, all belonging to Jabina. They completed just 2 passes, but one of them a big one in that final drive, both of them actually, on that game-winning touchdown drive. 36 yards passing. They had 56 plays, 367 yards of total offense for the Portage Mustangs. So the Wildcats will try to regroup next week. They'll head off to Cambria Heights, tall order there, facing the 5-1 Highlanders. The defending Heritage Conference champions will be on the air at 6:15 on Renda Digital TV and right here on WCCS AM 1160 and 101.1 FM. We'd like to thank our spotter in the booth, Dennis Mester, our statistician, Jerry Rossai, and our video producer, John Smathers, radio producer, Michael Burdig. Mark Burdig reminding you the final score here tonight on a homecoming night at Memorial Field. Portage wins it in dramatic fashion with 26 seconds remaining. Mustangs 28 and the Wildcats 25 until we talk to you next Friday night from Cambria Heights. So long, everybody.
Looking for fun for the entire family? White Township Recreation is now the hub for all of your youth and adult recreation programming. Programming is now open online for registration. White Township Rec offers anything from art classes to gymnastics to bowling to boxing, fitness classes, and much, much more. For more information on public skating, including birthday parties and recreation programs, please visit whitetownshiprec.org. That's whitetownshiprec.org. See you at Public Skate, S&T Bank Arena.
The Indiana County Technology Center is now accepting enrollment in our adult education programs. The ICTC's adult education programs offer in-demand post-secondary programs tailored to empower student success. From cosmetology to welding and practical nursing, the ICTC has a program for everyone. Indiana County Technology Center, empowering tomorrow's workforce.
Are you thinking of getting vaccinated? Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about the COVID-19 vaccine. The Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania would like to remind you that COVID-19 vaccines are available for children as young as 6 months. Talk to your doctor, your child's pediatrician, or your pharmacist if you have questions. You can also learn more by visiting vaccines.gov. That's vaccines.gov. Message made possible by the Health Initiative for Rural Pennsylvania.
At IRMC, we have all of the necessary pieces in place to perform complex operations, including highly skilled and specially trained surgeons, their support team of experts, and advanced technology like the Da Vinci robotic surgical system. As a result, patients spend less time in the hospital, recover faster, and get treated close to home. So there's no reason to puzzle over where you should get your surgical care. The answer is right here at IRMC.
Luxembourg's Jewelers, a proud supporter of all the area athletes, would like to wish the best of luck to all the Heritage Conference schools and, of course, the